are you? I'm going to give them to you. Please just sit.
Sure.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very, very warm welcome to each one of you to the second CII India-Europe Business and Sustainability Conclave, organized by the Ministry of External Affairs and the Confederation of Indian Industry. It is lovely to see all of you here, and to begin the first session of this conclave, I'd like to begin by inviting the chair and moderator for this session, Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, Chairman CII Europe Committee and Chairman Sona Comstar India, to give his remarks and take the session forward.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Let me welcome my guests on the stage, on the panel. His Excellency, Mr. Christophe Cotillard, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs and Trade, the Republic of Malta. Is that okay? Mr. Sumantra Chaudhary, Principal Advisor, International Trade Policy, CII. Mr. Henrik Isaksson, Trade Policy, Confederation of Swedish Enterprise. Mr. Paul Jensen, Managing Director, European Business Technology, Belgium. Mr. Nicholas Gustafsson, Head Public Policy and Regulatory Affairs, Volvo. Mr. Rudra Kumar Pandey, Partner, Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas. Mr. Vaibhav Mittal, Vice President of Reliance, MET City, India. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome you to this first and to what I think is one of the most crucial sessions on the future landscape and business trade imperatives from FTA. The significance of commencing our conclave with this session cannot be overstated, as evidenced by the impressive assembly of delegates and representatives from several EU countries and India gathered here today. This gathering is a testament to the mutual commitment and enthusiasm that both regions share towards forging a stronger and more resilient partnership. India and the EU share a significant and multifaceted relationship that spans political, economic, and cultural spheres. We share a rich history of cultural, economic, and political ties that date back centuries. India's trade relationship with the EU is significant, with the EU serving as India's third largest trade partner. Over the past decade, India's overall merchandise trade has witnessed a notable growth of 30%. In addition to this, trade between India and the EU has experienced remarkable expansion in recent years, as exports have increased from $59 billion in 2021 to $74 billion during 2022, and imports rose from $46 billion to $55 billion. India has consistently regarded FTAs as a strategic framework aimed at bolstering its trade and investment activities. So naturally, to enhance our trade and investment relationship with the EU, we have revitalized discussions on a bilateral trade agreement. As we engage in this dialogue, we should recognize that the success of these negotiations hinges not only on economic considerations, but also on the integration of ethical, environmental, and social dimensions. By aligning our efforts in these areas, India and Europe can lay the foundation of a partnership that not only meets economic imperatives of the day, but also contributes meaningfully to the well-being and inclusive development of both our societies. The proposed FTA could be the key to unlocking this potential by encouraging Indian and EU businesses to work together and propel trade relationships to new heights and emerge as a win-win scenario for both economies. The FTA between India and EU will set the foundation upon which the future landscape of our business and trade relations will be built. While India and EU naturally complement each other economically, despite existing trade, we haven't reached its full potential. In order to improve our trade and derive most benefit from the FTA, the Indian industry should endeavor to better match the demands of the EU market. The industry should try and build competency in those products that the EU significantly imports from the world and for which potential capacity exists in India. The recent regulations introduced by the EU, like the CBAM, will lead to more sustainable practices being incorporated across supply chains. While they can potentially pose hurdles for Indian exporters towards enhancing exports and global value chain integration, we need to realize that such sustainable regulations are going to become a norm in the coming years, and the industry needs to urgently build capacity and improve their compliance if we want to keep up with the changing international trade landscape and achieve our target of $2 trillion exports by 2030. The stakes are high, and the decisions made in these negotiations will not only shape the economic landscape of India and Europe, but it will also have far-reaching implications globally. The priority should be on the removal of most tariff and non-tariff barriers that lead to efficient flow of trade between India and the EU. The focus should be on diversifying trade relations and increasing investment flows, which will create jobs, boost growth, and contribute to common prosperity. As we delve into the intricacies of the future of business and trade landscape, let us collectively explore innovative solutions, address challenges head-on, and lay the foundation for a partnership that not only meets economic imperatives, but also fosters a resilient and sustainable future for both regions. I will now open the session for discussion. I would like to invite the Minister of Foreign and Europe Affairs Trade from the Republic of Malta to kick off with his address, and then we'll go through the panelists, and then I'll open up with question and answers. Thank you.
Good morning, first of all. I just arrived at the airport and came straight to attend this second edition of the CII conference. Thank you for this invitation. And I think that the introduction that we heard is really pertinent. For us, being a small island state in the Mediterranean, it is really relevant to have new foreign trade agreements in place, because after all, it doesn't serve us well if there is a new wave of protectionism looming on us, and this is how we should collaborate amongst continents in order to continue to address barriers in trade that are currently shackling our potential for trade, and that is why we believe that such engagements are really important, most especially now that we are having this second edition of the CII India-Europe Business and Sustainability Conclave, because the first one was held in February last year. So, distinguished guests, I think that the second edition serves to highlight the robust partnership between Europe and India across diverse sectors. Our joint efforts promise shared growth and significant contributions to global sustainability and progress. Today's world remains marred by conflict. Russia's aggression against Ukraine, the crisis in the Middle East and also in the Red Sea, disrupting global order, security, and also our economies. Multilateral systems, such as the World Trade Organization, are under significant strain due to deepening geopolitical rivalries. I am honored that Malta's present roles as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council and as chair in office of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the OSCE, has provided a frontline seat to the difficult dynamics which such international organizations must navigate. Within this context, the prosperous relationship between the European Union and India, and indeed between Malta and India, is a positive example of cooperation in the face of a complex international environment. Our leaders continue to endorse a shared commitment to the importance of strong and sustainable growth and collaboration on research and innovation in a context of common values. They emphasize the need to preserve the rules-based international order and effective multilateralism, particularly, but not exclusively, in trade. Like the EU, Malta is committed to a proactive and reliable partnership with India, addressing common challenges and working together in various ways. In recent years, Malta and India have worked together to bring Indian business closer to Europe and vice versa. There is no field where this is more apparent than healthcare and healthcare-related manufacturing and services. India is the largest manufacturer and exporter of generic pharmaceutical products. Indian investments in Malta have opened access for Indian businesses to the European market, enabling the export of pharmaceutical products to European customers by carrying out manufacturing, quality control, and certification services. Although the sector has seen significant growth in recent years, particularly with new investments from big players like Torrent Pharma and Aurobindo, there is room for further expansion. This is also a model for future Malta-India cooperation in the field of other healthcare fields, such as medical devices. Beyond pharmaceuticals, manufacturing has long been a cornerstone of Malta's economy, and Malta continues its evolution into a hub for high value-added operations. Renowned for quality and adaptability, the sector's competitiveness stems from continuous innovation. Manufacturing has taken on fresh significance within the European Union as part of the shift to a sustainable future, where the EU envisions collaboration with India in solar, green hydrogen, and offshore green energy. In fact, I can announce today that Malta will also be joining the International Solar Alliance in order to continue to foster such collaboration between Malta, India, and all the members of the International Solar Alliance. Indian investments in Europe can benefit from the vibrant manufacturing ecosystem that exists in Malta, an ecosystem which has been growing decade on decade. We are equipped to provide parts and services for the most advanced of contemporary renewables projects. Essential to our sustainability goals is the need for accessible green financing, while the circular economy offers a viable solution to the challenge of waste management. Actually, last year we have managed also to issue green bonds, which were oversubscribed, and now they can help us in order to head into more investment into green technology. By embracing a circular economy, we can work towards zero waste, ensuring sustainable resource use and environmental conservation. To this end, the European Green Deal transforms climate challenges into avenues for growth, striving for climate neutrality and emphasizing greenhouse gas reduction and a circular economy. The success of the EU Green Deal relies on various financial instruments and mechanisms driving the transition to a more sustainable future. The future of transportation is also evolving, and further collaboration between Europe and India can shape a sustainable and efficient future for transportation. In Malta, the aviation sector, particularly the maintenance, repair and overhaul, MRO, the MRO segment, has experienced robust growth with the presence of high-quality operators like Lufthansa Technik and servicing such clients as Ryanair, Turkish Airlines, Saudia. The Safi Aviation Park, strategically located at Malta International Airport, further enhances the industry's significance. With a central location and a skilled workforce, Malta is an attractive prospect for further investments in aviation, supported by a competitive aviation registry. Diversification is crucial for unlocking new avenues of growth. Increased service diversification offers Europe and India opportunities for novel collaborations, fostering economic growth and enhancing resilience. Industry 5.0, the next phase of industrial evolution, requires concerted efforts for implementation. Collaborative initiatives between Europe and India can pave the way for Industry 5.0, positioning industries at the forefront of technological advancements, and we are excited to understand the role that Malta can play in this collaboration. Hand in hand with diversification comes upskilling and reskilling, elements which are crucial if our workforce is to meet contemporary challenges. Malta's AI strategy positions us advantageously to boost investment, foster innovation, and promote the adoption of new technologies. Working together on education and training will help us to ensure that our workers are empowered in the digital age, while ensuring that our partnership continues to give due priority to the digital transformation. Malta's Freeport has seen significant growth in transshipment volumes from the Indian market and has proven to be a fast and convenient means of access for Indian products to a variety of markets, particularly in North Africa. In maritime, more generally, new opportunities for collaboration present themselves, particularly where future fuels for the maritime transport industry are concerned, and when it comes to the safeguarding ocean resources and fostering economic growth in the blue economy. All of this underscores the extent to which the partnership between Europe and India is a comprehensive and forward-looking collaboration, and the current and future place that collaboration between Malta and India might have in the ongoing renewal of this partnership. By addressing challenges and seizing opportunities in the varieties of sectors where collaboration already exists, as well as by identifying new sectors where we can work together, we can build a future that is interconnected, sustainable, and prosperous for all. Thank you very much.
Let me now just invite the other panelists to say a few words. I'll start with Sumantra on my left.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome particularly for our friends from EU and, of course, the delegates from India. I think the chairman has laid out the more macro issues relating to our relationship, and therefore I will not spend any more time on this, but delve in some sense directly into the negotiations of the FTA. Let me begin by saying that for quite some time this is one FTA which I'm sure businesses from both sides have been really looking forward to, as it offers the potential of a big win-win for both sides. There are obviously challenges in any negotiation, and this is no different. And given the nature of both the economies, the sort of EU structure itself, India's federal structure, obviously all these make it more complex. The second thing I think is the fact that this is perhaps an agreement which makes a huge lot of sense in terms of several factors. One, of course, are a fair amount of complementarities between India and EU in terms of a number of sectors. The second, of course, is the world we all live in, where uncertainties, disruptions, more resilient supply chains have become, in some sense, the buzzwords. And certainly India and Europe provide this platform through this FTA for getting into more resilient, more diversified, and more trusted supply chains. And this comes about through two engines, and they are really the twin pillars of any such agreement, trade and investment. And trade here, we mean both goods and services, and of course, investment. Increasingly, the links between these three are becoming more and more, whether it is through the process of servicification of manufacturing, whether it is through the process of investment linkages, and so on. So therefore, these are the two pillars on which such agreement is based. Just a couple of points on each, which I think we need to. One, on goods. Very clearly, I think, one great advantage from the Indian side is that we all know that GSP benefits are unilateral. There is graduation out of the GSP. The GSP itself is under some sort of review. And therefore, an FTA can provide that long-term comfort. And in some sense, Indian industry looks at removal of some of the comparative disadvantages that they may be having vis-a-vis others in the EU market who might be enjoying zero duty access. So that is a big plus for the Indian side. But of course, there are areas of interest for EU also in manufacturing. And there are, of course, as I said, areas where these supply chains seem to match. And therefore, there should be, again, a win-win in this part. The second, of course, is increasingly, of course, EU, we know, is an economy dominated by services, but even in India's case, both in terms of our domestic imperatives and the growth of services trade, in fact, is much faster than goods trade, and therefore, I think there are huge opportunities for both sides as far as the services sectors are concerned. And here, of course, again, with the increasing trend of digitalization and cross-border supply, as we speak virtually every day, newer services which earlier would never have been imagined of cross-border have become now technically feasible and commercially meaningful. And therefore, a large part of the services arena would cover cross-border modes of delivery as we best understand. And then binding this together are the regulatory structures. And here, of course, I think I'll just mention 2 points. One, we all know the importance of growth with sustainability. And each country now, according to its own imperatives, according to its own development paradigms, has chosen that path as a path of willing choice. But I think it's also important to remember, particularly as far as India and EU are concerned, that we are at fairly different levels. Of course, India is also taken up on its own responsibilities. with a net zero target by 2070. But that being said, I think it's important to remember that replication of perhaps the European system into the Indian system is perhaps the way off. So we certainly need to do more in the FTAs about sustainability, but at the same time, I think being mindful of the differences and the distances that each has to traverse to reach where each wants to reach. So therefore, I think the core issues of goods, services, investment, and the regulatory part, whether they are regulations in terms of services, we all know the importance of licensing, authorization, permits, and so on. How do you ease that between the two sides? Or in the case of goods, how do you ensure that standards and other kinds of such measures do not really inhibit, but actually encourage and promote such trade? So these are some of the areas. Of course, I would also be perhaps point out that we all understand perhaps some of the imperatives of EU in terms of its parliamentary approvals, and therefore the basket of subjects covered under negotiations is fairly large and varied, and so therefore again here I would say, while we understand these imperatives, I think similarly for the Indian side, we have perhaps not done any of such things in most or almost all our agreements. So therefore, there will have to be some better appreciation and understanding of all these so-called issues which are outside these core economic issues of goods, services, and investment. So there will be challenges, as I said. It's important to understand each of us has sensitivities, but at the same time, if we perhaps focus more on the complementarities and see how that can propel us forward, perhaps that's the way to go. So I'll end here. I think we are a bit short of time, but I, having been myself the chief negotiator at one point of time of this India-EU FTA, hold great promise, I think, and hope that this FTA will come into being sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sumanta. Henrik, can I bring you in, please?
Yep, does this? Yeah, it works. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. I'm representing the easiest way to put it is the Swedish equivalent of the Confederation of Indian Industry, which is the Swedish Confederation of Enterprise. And we have taken great interest in developments in India during the last few years. This is actually my third time here in India in just 1 year. We also commissioned a report on European-Indian trade relations, and the question is, why do we do that? Because India matters to us. Sweden is a fairly small economy. We are very dependent on international trade and being active in the global economy. We have in relation to our small size, we have a very large number of multinational companies active all over the world. So what's happening in the world economy is of great interest to us. And much of the most interesting dynamics right now in the world economy is happening right here. So that's why we're interested. 3 reasons from a kind of transactional point of view, if you put it like that, why we are so interested. Of course, we're interested in exports to India. We need to find new customers, obviously. The same goes for not just Swedish companies, but all European companies. And there is a gain for you as well here, because there are many of the products and services that we produce in Europe are needed here in India for the digital transformation, for the green transformation, etc. Then imports. I would actually say that most Swedish companies are more interested in India as a place for finding new suppliers than as a place to market their products. For everything, clothing, furniture, pharmaceuticals, ICT services, you name it. The greatest days of sourcing from China seems to be over. We can see that in our statistics when we ask our member companies. We asked them half a year ago, and 44% of them said that in the coming 2 years they will reduce sourcing from China. Where are they interested in going? Many answer Vietnam. Vietnam has a strong position. They have a free trade agreement with the EU, unlike India. But many also answer India, and there are others, of course, as well. So sourcing from India is important. Also, finding talent. The largest growing number of foreigners in Sweden are Indians, actually. We didn't have an Indian community a short while ago. We do have one now. They're coming to work in the Swedish economy. Great. Now, the third thing is then of foreign direct investments. The European economy isn't doing that very well, but there are lots of capital, needs to be invested somewhere. You're looking for profits all over the world. Many of those profits can probably be found here, in the fastest growing of the G20 countries. That's a classical win-win. India needs jobs, it needs capital, technology, know-how. Europe has all of that. So many European firms are looking to invest here in India. So then the case for the FTA. So we are on a good trajectory, but there is no guarantee at all that we'll stay on that good trajectory. Actually, there are several signs that shows that this trajectory might be broken, because there are policy developments both in India and in the EU that could easily tear us apart, because there are protectionist policies and there are also policies that have nothing to do with protectionism, but still serves to pull our economies apart. So we need to work actively to pull us together instead. And I would say that there's been a lot of reforms undertaken in the last few years in India, which is great. But the main contribution that the FTA can contribute with is to lock in those reforms. So predictability is the key, to try to reduce sometimes erratic decision-making that takes place in India. So I normally describe my own job as, when I deal with trade policy, as opening doors. I mean, trade policy is about opening doors, and then businesses can go through these doors and conduct business. The problem with India is sometimes that the doors are opening and closing all the time. And that makes it hard to make a business decision and investment decisions. And I probably say that most of the firms that are members in our organization will probably even prefer bad policies to policies that change all the time, because it's very hard to adapt to constantly changing business environment. The thing with the FTA is that it would solve some of these problems. It would cut the tariffs, and it would keep the tariffs down. It would cut other import fees. It would keep them down as well. It would open procurement markets, and it would keep them open. It would create access for you Indians to work in Europe, and it would keep that access. It would keep the present access of data flows between our two jurisdictions continuously open. So, and empirical research clearly shows that for the future. So it's a foundation that you can then build on, which is very important. And finally, that was the kind of a transactional point of view. I also want to say that there is another dimension to this as well, and that is that we have shared values. This is an open society, just like Europe. So there are other non-economic factors as well that would pull us together. And we shouldn't just be trade partners, we should also be simply partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul, can I have... Thanks.
Yeah, tough shoes to follow. Thank you, Henrik, because you stole all my thunder, so I had to do some thinking now. Very good. I echo everything that Henrik has said. And my name is Paul Jensen, and I work for something called the European Business and Technology Center. It's been around for a long time, since 2008, really to support collaboration in the field of sustainability, climate change, clean technology between Europe and India, following and dovetailing what the EU and India is doing in terms of sustainability partnerships. And I can say I've been with the EBDC since 2010, so I've also experienced the first or a previous round. There's been several rounds of free trade agreement negotiations between the EU and India. And I'm happy to say that 13, 14 years later, there's a marked difference. I mean, the world has changed, obviously. We're reaching a tipping point. Now, sustainability is on the top of the agenda, not only in the EU, but also in India. I also believe that India is going to be a front runner in sustainability and implementing sustainable practices with the support of partners like the EU. India has also firmly come on the radar of the EU for all sorts of reasons in the past few years. So it's the right time to look at this free trade agreement negotiation. I agree with Henrik that we should not only think about this as a trade agreement. This is actually an agreement that completely dovetails what the governments want to do in terms of sustainability. And if EU is seen as a front runner in sustainability, and we believe that India is also going to be a front runner in sustainable, then it's a match that is, I'm not saying made in heaven, but it's an important agreement that needs to get done for the benefit of business, yes, but also for the benefit of sustainability and helping our planet for all sorts of reasons. So I think we're still 4 speakers. I think they need to speak within 10 minutes. So I know you also have a few questions, Sanjay. I have a lot more to say, but I just wanted to bring that aspect of the focus on sustainability, and that the free trade agreement can also be a precursor or actually a conduit for that focus. Sanjay.
Thanks so much, Nicholas. Can I?
Thank you very much. And yes, efficiency is everything, right? So let's be a little bit quick. I'm Niklas Gustafsson. I'm representing Volvo Group, one of the largest truck and bus and construction equipment manufacturer in the world. Home base is Sweden, Northern Europe, actually the largest company in Sweden. We actually call our home market for the Europe is as our first home market. India is our second home market. We've been around globally since 100 years back, and in India since 25 years back. And we are well established in India with all our business units. And actually, in Volvo Group in India is supporting Volvo Group globally a lot with a lot of the skills and a lot of the resources that we need in the transition that we are in the midst of right now, going green in the transport sector. So just to keep this very short, the free trade agreement between India and Sweden is essential for a company like Volvo Group. It's essential for a European like me, well, or for an Indian like me, if you like. It's really key now because of many different reasons. There are low-hanging fruits in here. I don't have the time to go into everything, but of course we need to address the tariffs, as has been discussed already. Lots of things can be done there. In our supply chain, for instance, we have more than 90,000 tier 1 companies in our supply chain, many of them being in Indian companies, many more coming in. So the supply chain issue is essential. And the biggest challenge for the whole value chain in the transport industry is maybe the transition to CO2 neutrality, which we'll talk more about later on today. But here we also, into the free trade agreement, really needs to keep this in mind, both on the European side and on the Indian side, that we are in the midst of this transition, and it's key that we can succeed and really make win-win, not only between India and Sweden, but also win-win between industry and going green in a sustainable way. And that's where we need friends and partnerships and true leadership going forward. Also, I would like to mention the efficiency in the transport sector as such, since we are supplying trucks to the transport sector worldwide. And here we have a challenge in India with a little bit more than 14% of GDP being paid to actually run the machinery of the transport industry in India. And this is something that also is a low-hanging fruit. By utilizing new technology, transport efficiency tools and what have you, that we know a lot about in Europe, and actually implement it in India to secure that we get down to 1-digit numbers on the cost of this machinery. So I think I will stop there just by saying, as we heard others say, partnerships is essential. Partnership is the new leadership, as we very often say in Volvo. And let's show some leadership from the European side and from the Indian side now and close this deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Rudra, can I... Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Sanjay. Good morning, everyone. We are talking about FTA, and FTA bring a lot of opportunities for both the sides, India and the EU side. But it is also important to highlight and note that to get the right benefit from this FTA, unless and until there is a right environment within India, when I say right environment is of course, stability of the political party, who is ruling India. At the same time, stability in the sense of regulatory regime in India. If you look at in the last 10 years, what the government has done is they have changed the whole landscape of the regulatory regime. And what that landscape has changed and led to is the right environment for ease of doing business in India. Okay? Where it is FDI policy, whether it is a CCI regulation, whether it is insolvency code, GST regime, entire the PLI scheme. So what the government is doing, they are first creating that ecosystem internally, and then they are leading to FTAs or the CIPA agreement. If you see, recently India has signed CIPA with Australia, with UAE. We are in talks with FTA with UK. Of course, EU is also happening. So that is, it is going hand in hand. So this is the right time, because the entire ecosystem, the internal regulatory regime is all refined for doing business in India, and that will also enhance the trade relation between India and other parts of the world. Now, talking about in terms of this, critically this FTA, after a long-drawn deadlock between EU nations and India starting from 7 to 13, they have re-engaged this discussion, and re-engagement is happening at multiple fold. I'll talk about mainly on the investments, not on the trade. Now, investment, if you look at it, this FTA has also bringing investor investment protection agreement also. So separate from just the FTA, the entire investment protection agreement is also being negotiated, which is in the interest of the investors to protect their investments when they make the investment in India. The purpose of the investment protection agreement is largely threefold, which is one, to provide predictable and safe environment, non-discrimination, protection against expropriation without compensation, equitable treatment of investors and its investment while continue to regulate, ensuring the safe transfer of profits from India to their respective countries, establish robust dispute resolution system that will effectively enhance rules and offer a speedy means of settling conflicts. Overall, the objective is to develop a system that guarantees a steady and secure business climate for investors. Now, if I look at the EU, they have an Indo-Pacific alignment to be undertaken. If you look at in the last 3-4 years, in 2019, they also signed an EPA, Economic Partnership Agreement with Japan. They also signed an FTA with Singapore. They have signed an FTA with Vietnam. And with those agreements, the entire trade and investment have been growing. In fact, the trade and investment has grown between Singapore. EU is the largest investor in Singapore. So we expect similar engagement from EU to India. Somebody said it is not only trade partner, it is actual partnership. So trade is one part. Unless you invest, the trading is a byproduct. If you share the technology, if you look at the thrust of the government, both EU and India, they have set up new Trade and Technology Council. The Trade and Technology Council is focusing, the alignment strategic partnership between EU and India to coordinate their policies regarding semiconductors, increase cooperation on artificial intelligence, establish resilient value chains, resolve bilateral market access issues, and increase the digital infrastructure. So basically, it is not only the FTA, the entire other initiative between EU and India is enhancing that relation from trade and the investment. Now, if I look at the FDI regime, as of now, barring few sectors, which are sensitive sectors, all sectors are liberalized 100%. Even the insurance sector has been recently liberalized from 49 to 74%. Defense sector has been liberalized. Railway sector has been liberalized. Real estate, manufacturing, as such, there is no problem. Now, the new thrust is there for sustainable development. Again, if you look at the country like Japan, who are so conservative, making so many strategic alliances in India, be it into the real estate sector, be it into the hydrogen, green hydrogen, renewable space, electric vehicle. So they are more proactive in getting the opportunities that India is offering. So this is the right time to negotiate and finalize the FTA at the right pace and conclude, and also I must highlight that apart from the investment protection agreement, there is also geographical indication arrangement discussion is also happening on the agriculture space. So all these initiatives will help to achieve the entire objective of the FTA. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Weber, the final speaker. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Vaibhav, and I represent Reliance Industries Limited. We are currently in the process of setting up a very large integrated green smart city just outside New Delhi. And we already have companies from 7 European nations. And why I'm here is basically to talk about the imperatives which are required for FTA to be signed between India and European Union. Now, one of the toughest parts is to be the last speaker because most of the points are already spoken, but I'll try and articulate my argument in a way which gives you a different dimension. And that dimension is that apart from the trade, apart from other developments, what is most important is the importance of manufacturing, which is going to get an impetus once the EU-India FTA is signed, and I'm a big proponent of that signing up as soon as possible. Manufacturing, to my mind, is a very, very key relationship in this entire EU-India relationship. Green and sustainable development, our park being one of the green parks, invites companies which are also sustainable, green, and have best practices in sustainable development. I think one of the important things which Rudra just spoke about was the integration of India into the Indo-Pacific supply chains, and probably locating the companies over here in India by getting the right policy framework in place is a very, very important aspect of this FTA, and for that matter, it is a very, very important step forward in the relationship. I think one of the interesting part is that this is not only going to deepen the strategic relationship between India and European Union. It is also going to position India as a leader in the manufacturing segment in the entire region, in the entire Indo-Pacific and Asian region, and for that, I think both the European companies and the Indian companies have to gain a lot. With Government of India putting a lot of focus on manufacturing and doing a lot of structural reforms, both in ease of doing business by having goods and services tax implemented, and other government-related structural reforms. I think it's very, very important aspect to keep in mind that once the FTA signs up, the manufacturing companies are going to gain a lot, both domestically as well as international companies getting a new avenue for supplying to rest of the Indo-Pacific and the Asian region. With these, I'll just close my remarks here. Open to questions. Thank you, Sanjay.
Thank you. I don't know how many questions we'll get to, but let me start with Mr. Koteyar. You made a lot of good points in terms of partnership, sustainability, in terms of the renewable projects, the green financing. You talked about transportation as well. Where do you see, in terms of strengthening the partnership with Malta and India to really leverage the opportunity to supply into Europe or to collaborate with Europe? And Henrik made a very interesting point on the fact that 40% or so companies in Sweden are now looking to resource from India as opposed to China. So where do you see the opportunity for India and Malta to work together in a collaborative nature to address the European issue?
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, I must recognize the fact that during the time when we were facing COVID-19, we managed to source a lot of healthcare professionals from India, particularly from Kerala. So that meant that we managed to save our health system in times of a crisis, but nowadays we have a situation whereby the major expat community in Malta working within our labor market comes from India. On the other hand, I think that the first thing that we look at is the pharmaceutical industry. Reason being that the pharmaceutical industry, particularly with Aurobindo Pharma, which is now a long-standing partner within our pharmaceutical industry in Malta, provides us with the possibility of having certification and putting into the market of pharmaceutical products that are produced in Malta. It is not the only company, but it is really important even when it comes to research and development. On the other hand, I think that one of the challenges that we are facing right now with the disruption at the Red Sea is that we can see that the Suez Canal is now being disrupted. For us, the Suez Canal is a very important route. I think that it is good to see new corridors being envisaged, like we have seen, for example, the India, Middle East, Europe corridor. However, we should not think about new corridors and then ignore important corridors that have so far helped us in having a good supply chain, because after all, transshipment going east to west in order to be able to get to the west, there are routes which the Mediterranean caters for, and so that is our plea within the European Union that corridors that are already in place and are already functioning well should be catered for, even more so given that they serve also as a lifeline to other economies, such as Egypt, for example. So actually, what we need to now try to strengthen is on the technology side, on the programming side, on the digital sector, which we need to continue to find new partnerships with India, something which we are working on both through our embassy and also through our entity dealing with foreign direct investment, which is Malta Enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask one more question because we're running out of time, but Sumanta, I'll address this to you. We've talked a lot about sustainability. We've talked a lot about, the FTAs and the requirement for FTAs and a very important point of predictability being, key and bringing about predictability. From the India perspective, there is always a question with what's the balance between national interest and global partnerships that that we can strike, so that companies in India and businesses in India are also geared up before we actually sign FTAs, because competitiveness becomes essential when we look at the global platforms. And what's the balance between the national and the global partnerships?
Thanks, Sanjay. I think, of course, one of the major issues is we've seen these trends, and as I mentioned earlier also, the balance lies in being able to understand that while there would be differences in the systems and so on, there are commonalities. And I think it's important to try and sort of focus on those commonalities rather than try and, as I said, go to one system trying to replicate the other system. And I think that's something that perhaps will not give the right balance. So I think there is a good landing zone where comfort can be there, but at the same time, you also do things in a way that, as Sanjay said, Indian industry would find it both in terms of competitiveness, technology, financing, and so on, be able to do that. And The time periods are also essential. Sometimes, of course, what do we do first? Do we do these kind of reforms domestically, or do we use the global arena, whether it is the multilateral, the bilateral, or the regional, to propel this so-called direction? So I think the answer is certainly it's got to be a mix of both. Some you do get propelled through an international. The other is something that you are more comfortable with at your own pace. And somewhere along that line, I think, would lie the comfort zone between any two partners.
Super. Thank you. Unfortunately, we run out of time, but thank you to all my panelists, and they're here through the day. So in case people have questions, it's been an interesting discussion, a great Kickstarter for the day and for the rest 2 days, for the next 2 days, discussing the FTA, and hopefully, we can quickly, as you said, sign the FTA sooner than later. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. May I request you to kindly hand over a token of appreciation from all of us for our esteemed guests on the dais, please. To the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs and Trade, the Republic of Malta, His Excellency Mr. Christopher Katajar. To Mr. Sumanta Chaudhary, to Mr. Henrik Jensen, to Henrik Isaacson, to Mr. Paul V. Jensen, Mr. Nicholas Gustafsson, Mr. Rudra Kumar Pandey, and Mr. Vaibhav Mittal. Thank you very much. Can we get together for a photo op, please? Please step up. Yeah. Let's hear it for them one last time before we move on to the next session. Our next session is Cooperation in Maritime, and we will start with the session in 5 minutes. As soon as we've turned the table around, please remain seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin with our next session, Cooperation in Maritime. For the session, we have all our speakers here. May I request all of them to please come up onto the dais. And to begin this session, I'd like to invite Mr. Vaibhav Vora, Managing Director, Continental Carriers Limited, India, to give his remarks and take the session forward. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the maritime domain stands as a cornerstone of global trade, facilitating the shipping of over 10 billion tons of solid and liquid bulk freight annually across international waters. Even amidst challenges like the Red Sea crisis, maritime transport remains pivotal, showcasing resilience amid crises like the recent pandemic. While the crisis led to increased transit and freight prices, creating supply-demand imbalances, the industry perseveres with optimism for the future. As we navigate these currents, it's evident that effective policymaking is crucial. Cyber attacks and terrorism, exemplified by the Red Sea crisis, pose significant threats to maritime operation. Thus, stringent controls are imperative to mitigate such risks. Moreover, mandating the development of carbon footprints based on sustainability can drive environmental responsibility and innovation. India's extensive coastline and Europe's strategic positioning underscore the importance of collaboration in addressing these challenges. Our shared commitment to sustainability and innovation can pave the way for a resilient maritime future. It is within this context that our session today gains profound significance. Our collaboration can be a beacon of innovation, sustainable development, and economic growth, propelling us towards a future where the oceans continue to thrive and sustain humanity. For this, I would like to highlight a few areas of collaboration between the two nations. Firstly, the need for enhanced maritime security cannot be overstated. The safety of sea lanes for international trade, prevention of piracy, and ensuring maritime domain awareness are areas where India and EU can share knowledge, intelligence, and best practices. Strengthening our naval cooperation and conducting joint maritime exercises could serve as a bedrock for ensuring a secure maritime environment. Second, the digital transformation in maritime logistics presents a unique opportunity for India and Europe. Implementing digital technologies for port operations, cargo tracking, and supply chain management can significantly increase efficiency, reduce costs, and minimize environmental impact. Sharing best practices, technology transfer, and joint venture in these areas can propel us towards a more integrated and sustainable maritime future. The third pivotal area is marine technology. The oceans hold the key to untapped renewable energy resources, such as wind, wave, and tidal energy. Collaborative research initiatives, sharing of best practices, and joint ventures in marine technology can accelerate our transition to a sustainable energy future. Fourth, with India's ambition to modernize its ports and the EU's expertise in port management and logistics, there is a unique opportunity for collaboration. Sharing technology, expertise, and best practices in port management can enhance efficiency, reduce environmental impact, and boost trade between our regions. Joint investments in the port infrastructure development, including maritime solutions and port modernization, investing in green ports and smart port technology for enhancing trade between the European countries and India can further accelerate this process. Lastly, establishing educational programs and training initiatives in fields like marine biology, oceanography, and maritime technology can enhance workforce skills and is an area which can benefit the workforce engaged in this sector. To conclude, I'd like to stress on the fact that the blue economy offers an ocean of opportunities for India and the EU to not only foster economic growth, but also address global challenges such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and sustainable resource use. Our partnership in the maritime sector can serve as a lighthouse for the rest of the world, demonstrating how collaboration and shared commitment to sustainability can lead to prosperity and resilience. So with these initial remarks, I would now like to invite the panelists to share their perspective. To start, I would like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Garg. Mr. Sanjeev Garg is currently the Secretary General of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, India. Till recently, he was the Managing Director of Pipavav Railway Corporation, and prior to that, an additional member Railway Board. His earlier assignments were being the Chief Operations Manager and Chief Commercial Manager of the Northern Railway, Advisor Safety, Railway Board, Divisional Railway Manager, and various other positions. He's done his MA Economics from Delhi School of Economics and MBA, MDI from Gurgaon. And he has authored a lot of research publications, including the articles in Railway Gazette International, Rail Transport Journal, and various others. So with this, Mr. Garg, can I invite you to please share your thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Vora, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to speak before this August forum today. As already flagged by Mr. Vora, maritime security and maritime connectivity are indeed the cornerstone for any trade-related activity that has to happen between nations. And traditionally, India and Europe have been having a very strong trade partnership since time immemorial. So therefore, in the current scenario, maritime security and connectivity will continue to remain the cornerstone of every effort in improving our maritime connectivity and security. The EU and India share the view that the approach to connectivity should be environmentally, economically, socially, and fiscally sustainable and provide a level playing field for business while respecting international standards and enhancing governance. So far, EU's relations with India have been identified with economic and trade cooperation, with the strategic aspect remaining dormant. There is thus an untapped potential in sustainable connectivity between India and EU, and it raises the possibility of increased cooperation between the two and provides an opportunity to make their partnership strategic. India's approach towards connectivity is based on multimodal development and infrastructure projects, including rail and road links, energy cooperation, cross-border transits, financial assistance, etc. One example of multilateral regional connectivity is the International North-South Transport Corridor, which it's an old one, but it was an attempt by India to bridge the larger Eurasian region. Initiated way back in the year 2000, the 7,200 kilometer long INSTC was envisaged as the shortest multimodal transportation route, which would link the Indian Ocean with the Persian Gulf, Caspian Sea, and St. Petersburg. As India tries to push the infrastructure and connectivity development initiatives in the region, the EU will obviously play a very significant role. Both have defined connectivity on the basis of economic and environmental sustainability based on international rules and norms, and financially viable to the host nation that it should not leave any country financially unstable. The most recent attempt at improving the maritime connectivity relates to the concept of IMEC, basically which was mooted in the last G20 meeting, that's India, Middle East, Europe corridor, which envisages reduction in the transit time by 40%, stretching across about 6,000 kilometers starting from Mumbai. The corridor will have a sea route of 3,500 kilometers. Currently, it takes almost 36 days for cargo to reach Germany from India. But if this corridor becomes a reality, it will be only 22 days or even less. That is a reduction by 40%. There are two main routes envisaged for the corridor: the eastern corridor connecting India to West Asia and the Middle East, and the northern corridor connecting Middle East to Europe. Basically, this stems from the need for providing seamless connectivity, efficient logistics, and increased economic integration between India, Middle East, and Europe. Therefore, it is felt that IMEC will contribute significantly to job creation, economic growth, sustainable development in participating countries, realizing full potential of the corridor through public-private partnerships and, of course, international cooperation. It will naturally also boost trade between Asia, Europe, and America, and also provide energy security. The benefits of IMEC obviously are improved connectivity and reduced transportation costs, boosting trade and investment opportunities, enabling faster and more efficient movement of goods, reducing delivery times and costs, increased competitiveness for businesses, enhanced market access for exporters, potential to stimulate job creation and growth, and particularly in sectors related to transportation, logistics, and infrastructure development. But we obviously cannot overlook the challenges faced by IMEC. There is obviously a need for extensive infrastructural development, and which would entail construction of ports, roads, railways, other logistical facilities. It, of course, requires substantial investment and coordination between participating nations. Then geopolitical factors, regulatory frameworks, and security concerns need to be factored into. But if we are able to overcome at least partly many of these challenges, we will be promoting enhanced regional integration, economic cooperation, and sustainable development. Why I am flagging this is because until and unless we have some kind of organized channel through which trade between India and Europe can happen, we will continue to face challenges, whether it is pirate attacks on ships or the Red Sea kind of imbroglio that we are facing, or some missile attacks suddenly happening in the Arabian Sea. So once some nations get together, organize a trade route, they will automatically also be providing security for such a trade route, which will then itself bring about its multiplier effects and increase trade and a kind of guaranteed passage and reduce transit time. There was a concept of Trans-Asian Railway, which we have been talking about for last 4 or 5 decades. But unfortunately, it could not come through because it has not been acceptable to some of the nations through which that railway line was to pass through. So in the absence of a Trans-Asian Railway, which is not going to be a reality very soon in the near future at least, I feel that giving a push to the IMEC is a very good proposal, and therefore all of us need to ensure that all countries involved in this are able to cooperate and push through this proposal. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Garg. With this, I would like to invite Mr. T.K. Ramachandran, who is the Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. So Mr. Ramachandran is currently the Secretary of the Ministry of Shipping, Ports and Waterways to the Government of India. He's a 1991 batch Indian Administrative Services Officer of Tamil Nadu cadre with more than 32 years of experience in public policy, administration and governance. He's a public policy expert with specialization in infrastructure and logistics management, urban development, energy, environment and climate change, e-governance, education, culture and heritage. So sir, over to you for your thoughts.
Good morning and namaskar to all of you. It's a pleasure to be part of this workshop, and I was fortunate to be invited to participate in this and deliver this session, deliver a talk on this India-Europe cooperation in maritime and blue economy. I have a few slides, so we'll quickly rush through them because I think about 5 to 10 minutes is what I think we'll have. The idea is that India as a maritime nation is really poised for growth, and that there is a lot of potential available, and especially with Europe, we have identified several areas where we are already collaborating and where there is scope for a lot of collaboration in the future. So these are some of the numbers which you might like to just see. The increase in capacity, this is a snapshot of the growth in the last few years or the decade. 100% increase in the port capacity from about 800 million tons to 16-17 million tons. 262% growth in annual cruise passengers. 17 times increase in the national waterway cargo. 121% increase in the number of seafarers. And we are, I think, third largest in the world in terms of the seafarers that we contribute to the world. 2.58 lakh, and a lakh is 100,000 for those of you who might not know. 150% increase in the value of PPP projects. 13 times the growth in 1300% growth in solar power, wind power at the major ports, and the other numbers in ship carrying capacity and lighthouse tourism. A number of regulatory policy changes have been brought in, and these are mentioned here. The Major Port Authorities Act, the Marine Aids to Navigation Act, the Inland Vessels Act, then policies for procurement of tugs, model concession agreements. Earlier we had a tariff regime, but that was it was fixed by the government. Now it's become open market. You can fix your own tariffs. And similarly, asset monetization of the port's assets. Then a shipping bill to look at coastal movements, and then the merchant shipping bill and the Indian ports bill, both of which are almost on the verge of being past. And the guiding principles are mentioned here, important because these are what will inform our future actions. One is market determined tariff. The second is ease of doing business. Then financing for shipping as well as ports. Atmanirbhar Bharat is basically about being self-reliant. We want to do things here in India. And we want to do things not only for India but also for the world. That is the Honorable Prime Minister's vision. And then digital solutions. Mr. Garg talked about digital, so digital is very much there. And then the landlord model where we move towards PPPs and we just, at least in the major ports. The major ports are 12 in number, but we have 200 other ports. And we have about 50 odd so-called non-major ports, but some of them are very huge. So this is basically a terminology that was there in the constitution, and therefore it's used as major and non-major, but actually some of the non-major ports are really big, like Mundra on the west coast. Then make ease of ownership more simple, and then ensure laws and rules are framed for this purpose. Now, just wanted to bring out this connect at the very beginning. You see, it's not as if we have not had a lot of links and a lot of collaboration with Europe already. Like you can see, there are many countries which are already, with whom we are already working. That includes Denmark, Norway, many of the European other countries, Netherlands, UK, Cyprus, and so on. And on some of the green technologies that are listed here, I thought we'd put that right at the beginning because green technology looks like to be the future of technology. And green energy looks like will be the future of energy, and therefore these are areas where we are working very closely already with several companies in Europe. Then the other area is the blue economy. Now we have identified in our Amrit Kal vision. The Amrit Kal vision was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in October 23, and this is a blueprint for the blue economy. So for the next 25 years. So a blueprint for the blue economy for the next 25 years. And here we talk of shipbuilding, ship repair, seafarers training, the IMEC corridor, which Mr. Garg was alluding to, and then of course green shipbuilding. And the people with whom we are collaborating are listed there. The key collaboration areas already existing, apart from green shipping and the ones that I spoke about, ports for the future. APM terminals is already operating terminals in India in those places that are mentioned. Hapag-Lloyd is already there. Maersk is there, MSC is there, CMA, CGM. And then in shipbuilding, we have those companies which are already mentioned there. Tourism, we have a large presence of European companies. And in dredging, we have those companies which are there, which are mentioned here. So a large number of European companies do participate in many of these activities in India. Then what is our vision for the next 25 years as contained in the Amrit Kal vision? Enhance port capacities, be a cruise leader, leverage maritime tourism, green technology for shipping, and especially in autonomous ships. Then ports which are green, then be the global leader in shipbuilding, repair and recycling, and integrated national logistics portal, that is the digital part of it, and then reduce costs. So I'll just take you through these 11 overarching themes with more than 300 plus initiatives which we have included as part of our vision. And these 11 themes are as follows. The first, of course, is safe, sustainable and green maritime sector. And this includes the works, whether it's carbon neutral ports, ammonia hubs, 3 hubs we've already identified, one in Tuticorin, one in Kandla, one in Paradeep. And then we've also sanctioned some funds for converting some ships into methanol ships. As you know, Maersk had launched a methanol ship sometime last September. Then shore-to-ship supply, LNG bunkering, and then create these ecosystems for hydrogen, ammonia, and other derivatives, green. But our hydrogen will be green, and it will not be blue or brown or black or any other color on the, in the spectrum. It will be green. And the policies for that are already being put in place, or already have been put in place. We have a $2 billion funding from the international funding agencies, World Bank, ADB, and so on. And so that is the first of our vision initiatives. The second one is on next generation ports. I think these are all very relevant for the people here, because it will give you a snapshot of what we intend doing over the next 25 years, and I think that is very important, because we have a plan for what we want to do. And this, of course, is a map of the ports in India, and one major port at Vadhavan, which is going to be announced shortly, and already the Honorable Minister Shipping has already spoken about this. Then rationalize port charges to make Indian ports competitive. Then ancillary facilities, which includes bunkering, crew change, dry docking, ship repair. Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated a dry dock, 300 meters by I think 760 meters just last month, and also a ship repair facility in Cochin. Then best-in-class port infrastructure, develop 2 port clusters with more than 500 MPTA capacity, and 4 with 300 MTPA capacity. And these 2 transshipment hubs, one at Nicobar, one at VOCPA at Tuticorin. So these will be transshipment hubs, and then increase the drafts to more than 20 meters. Then world-class ports, like I said, these are the initiatives that we are looking at. Then maritime cluster development, again I've talked about that, so I'll not repeat that. Then technology, so a lot of digital technology, robotics, and other such modern mechanisms to ensure that ports are more efficient. So we talk of ease of doing business, cost of doing business, and speed of doing business. So a lot of technologies that we think can be used. We have reduced our container dwell time to from 9.13 to 3.68 hours, and import dwell time is down by 60%, and export dwell time by 7%, and so on. So a lot of improvements already happening, but we just want to take that on a even keel over the next few years. Then efficiency through technology, the initiatives that we propose are all mentioned there. So it's digital center of excellence, automation, terminal operating systems, the NLP. We already have launched the maritime single window that the IMO had proposed. And we are one of the first countries to do that. So which means you come to India, you have a single maritime window in which you can upload your information. And then the improving tonnage. Now, unfortunately, though we are a very large maritime nation, our tonnage remains low, with just 2% of the world's tonnage. So we want to ensure that registration and building happens in India. So we will remove the restrictions that exist. We will ensure financing. We will create a maritime development fund. We had a seminar on this last week, and we are going to take that forward. There are some glitches. For instance, it's not the shipping is not on the infrastructure list, harmonized master list of infrastructure. So that is, it's hoped that it will happen, and then we will be able to give longer tenures and so on. Then similarly on shipbuilding, we want to create shipbuilding clusters in Gujarat and Cochin. Development is already on, and we hope to be able to build. Again, in building, we are lagging behind even some small countries, whether it's South Korea or Japan or of course China and many of the other countries which build much more than we do. We just build 2% or less than that. Therefore, we want to do something on shipbuilding. Ship repair, of course, again, we don't want to take our ships outside. We should be able to repair them inside, here in India. Recycling, of course, we are in the top 2-3, and therefore I think we will continue to be doing that. Recycling, of course, with the European Union, we are discussing the ship repair recycling, their rules for ship recycling, and we hope that with the passage of the Hong Kong Convention, IMO has adopted this. So with that having been with that having come into force, we hope that we will be able to take on more work on recycling. Then global maritime presence, so we want to do a lot of work on institutions, global maritimes, be part of IMO in a much larger fashion, be part of BIMSTEC, which is the local Bay of Bengal initiative for maritime security and cooperation. And then education. So this is another area that was talked about. We want to ensure that there are incubators, there are accelerators, the university, we have an Indian Maritime University, we've created clusters, we've created centers for the ones that you can see there, the Center for National Technology, Center for Ports and Waterways, and other centers for digital, for green. We just launched it with in Terry last year, and Denmark and Norway are participating in that. And then, of course, the ocean, the river cruise sector, the coastal cruise, coastal sector, and the ocean cruise. All of them are important, so we are working on that. Like I told you, the numbers are huge, and we are hoping to attract 50 million cruise passengers by 2047. Then coastal, other initiatives in coastal sector will not go into that because I don't have much time. So all these initiatives, this the coastal shipping, inland waterways is another important sector because, like I said, unlike some countries like China or Bangladesh, or even Bangladesh, which does 30% of its trade using the inland waterways, even Europe does, I think, about 10-15%. But India, it's just about 2%. So we want to take it to 5%. We have national waterways which have been declared, 111 waterways. So we want to do something on inland waterways, a huge amount of work going on there. And finally, what will all this cost? This will cost about 70 to 80 lakh crores. And that is about 1 lakh crore dollars, which is about, for those of you who might want it in dollars, it's about $1 trillion. So that is the kind of investment that we are expecting in the next 25 years. Of course, already about 10 lakh crore worth of projects have been tied up during the GMIS, and that includes a large number of energy projects. So we are expecting to raise this finance through state-owned banks, development banks, and of course, those of you who have deep pockets, you're welcome to come and contribute to that and to lend to us at the best rates possible. So this can be green, it can be through grants or bonds or whatever, credit, and all the other things that are mentioned there. So that brings me to the end of the presentation because I don't have much time, so I just thought I'll give you an overview without not focusing too much on the details. Thank you again, CII, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Ramachandran. With this, I'd like to go over to our next panelist, Mr. George Prokopiou. He's the founder of Dynacom Tankers Management, Sea Traders SA, and Dynagas Limited. He holds a degree in civil engineering from the National Technical University of Athens. Mr. Prokopiou has managed over the years a shipping fleet of excess of 500 vessels. Since first entering the shipping business in 1971 by purchasing 1/3 of a vessel. In 2013, Mr. Prokopiou was named Greek Shipping Personality of the Year by Lloyd's List. And in 2015, Dynagas received Statoil's Working Safety with Suppliers Operators Award for safety performance above industry standards. So thank you, Mr. George, over to you.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for inviting us and being here. Greece and India have very many things in common. First of all, we share the same values, family values, long history, and also in some areas of India, they are proud to say that they are the descendants of Alexander the Great. So here, at this moment, I'm very emotional because exactly 50 years ago, I took delivery of my first ship in Visakhapatnam. And then it was South India Corporation, with goodwill was the answer back of the telex, and Mr. Radhakrishna helped me enormously, because this ship was the first ship, a commercial ship that went on board. I knew nothing about shipping. So this happened here in India. And since then, the cooperation with India went from strength to strength. We have 5 offices in India, a training center, a commercial office, and we are bringing more than 5 million barrels of crude oil per month to India. So I used to say that the age of confrontation is gone and we are now in the age of cooperation. I was terribly wrong. What happened shows that still humans have a long road to go. India is the biggest nation by number of inhabitants, but also is the biggest democracy, which is very important. So the sea is connecting the civilizations, the countries, and all this money that just we heard that we need for railways and roads, it's not needed with the sea. The sea is the avenue, the lane, open lane that connects every point of the world. What we need the ships. Europe has the biggest fleet, and out of this big fleet, the biggest participant is the Greek fleet. So we are very proud that we are the biggest European fleet. And the ships are not carrying only goods, but they were carrying ideas. And these ideas became the way that nations came closer. So Greece, because of its geographical position, is the gate for Europe. You save many days of going around, instead coming and discharge to Greece. But the sea offers also leisure and pleasure activities, cruises, yachting, sailing, which is becoming very important, and these are synergies that Greece can extend to India. Shipbuilding and ship repairing is a very important other area, and our group bought the biggest Mediterranean shipyard last year, and we want very much to establish synergies and cooperation with Indian firms for transfer of technology, know-how, because Indians, they are so diligent, they are very meticulous on the detail. They are very computer literate, and their official language is English. This makes it a very easy fit. And also they are peaceful, good people, kind people. So here we come now to the period that we are living with sanctions and prohibitions and tariffs. I'm very much against all these things. We have seen that this does not bring any benefit to the imposer, also rather benefits the targeting nation, because they become more resilient, more independent, more able to do everything themselves. We have many examples, which I don't want to say, that sanctions brought progress to the nations, the opposite of what were intended for. So what we have to do is to try for peace. We are talking a lot about renewables and the green passage from the fossil fuels to the alternative fuels. And this has become a mantra that everything is talking about. But we should always be careful. It's different the desirable from the doable. Politicians they have the privilege to promise the desirable, but we businessmen, we have to promise the doable. Because when the desirable is promised and not delivered, as usually is the case, then you have upheavals. The journey, it is a journey, it's not a switch from the fossil fuels to renewables. And it's a long journey. And the intermediate fossil fuel that will lead to that is natural gas, LNG. And we are also very strong in LNG carriers. We have 125 ships in the water and 80 on order. That will bring to 205 ships. Out of the 80, 40 are tankers, 30 are bulkers, and 10 are LNG carriers. The world's biggest pollutant is not shipping. Shipping is the most efficient and the most reduced footprint per ton transported. And as 95% of the world trade goes on ships, we should be more careful in penalizing ships and trying to impose rules that only are suiting our foot. Unfortunately, Europe has taken this avenue, and at the end of the day, the consumer will pay the consequences. With this note, I have to say once again that there are lots and lots of synergies that can be developed between India and small Greece, and you are very welcome to visit us and find ways ahead. Also, from our side, we have established a training center, as I said, and we employ a very large number of Indian officers, which are one of the best in the world. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Prokopio. So, I'm being informed by the organizers that we are running a little over time, so I would just request the speakers to try and keep it concise to within 5 minutes. And with this, can I pass it on to Captain Prashant S. Vidge. He's the head of ESG and Public Affairs, South Asia with AP Moller Maersk. So over to you, Prashant.
Yes, thank you very much, Vaibhav. We've just listened to one of the ship owners here, and as Maersk, I will once again provide you a ship owner's perspective and how we cooperate with India. But we will then also, as Honorable Secretary mentioned a few times, zoom out into the collaboration that Denmark has with India and eventually also EU with India. But let me just start with setting the context here. As Maersk, globally, we work to connect and simplify our customer supply chains. As a transport and logistics integrator, we facilitate and impact global trade by offering end-to-end logistics solutions across modes of transport. Our purpose is to improve life for all by integrating the world. This can be achieved only via collaboration, and when I say collaboration, it's got to be across the ecosystem stakeholders. Let me start with Maersk in India, right? It's been over 100 years since the first Maersk vessel called an Indian port, and we've been incorporated for over 35 years. We cut across the transport and logistics space. 1 in 5 employees globally sit out of India. We move 1 in 5 EXIM containers. We service 80% of the PIN codes across the modes of transport from road, rail, and air. It's important to also understand that all of this is with an ambition which is in sync with that of India to lower the cost of logistics. We operate 2 terminals, as Honorable Secretary mentioned, one in Pipavav in Gujarat and one in Nhava Sheva, with a yield of 2.5 million TEUs. Technology is key. You'll be pleased to know that we actually have 3,000 technologists sitting out of our Bangalore Tech Center. What they do is simply to devise transport and logistics solutions that are enhancing the digital experience. We have 700 ships globally, 300 of them that we own. 1/3 of those are operated out of India. And out of the 13,000 seafarers that we have, 50% of those are Indians. It's just to highlight to you all how deeply we are in the Indian landscape. We spoke about training, and some of the speakers mentioned about the importance. Shipping has only 1.5% gender diversity today. Maersk, at this point in time, has been, for over 25 years, out of Amit in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu, been recruiting cadets, training them and putting them on board our vessels, creating careers. We have an ambition to have 15% women on our vessels by the end of this decade. I will give you a couple of examples in the context of ESG and how we demonstrate leadership. It was mentioned about green methanol and one of the ships that we put out. But before we go too deep into that, for us, leadership is really about also making sure that we can have followers eventually. Climate crisis is real, and for us to have a do-nothing approach is not a flat line, but a down curve. We've set ourselves a 2040 net zero target, and we do that with 3 principles. We embrace new technology, we embrace new vessels, and we embrace new fuels. We've got methanol engines up and running. We've got vessels, 2 of those that are currently in the water, and we have green methanol that we've chosen as a technology. We are agnostic of the fuels. Eventually, what's most important is that we can achieve net zero shipping. It's also not about just being the first. It's also about, as I mentioned, the followership. And in that context, as we zoom further, we have over 120 vessels that are currently on green methanol on order. And that means that we will have 20 million tons of green methanol required annually by the end of the decade. It's important for me to point out that here is where we have advantage India. There's a huge push on green hydrogen with leadership. There's a huge push on renewable energy, green energy with solar and wind. And there's also a huge push as an agriculture nation with biomass, biogas, and biogenic carbon. These are the ingredients that are required for biomethanol/e-methanol. Another case would be about ship recycling. While, of course, there's a huge focus on shipbuilding and ship repairs, India is today number 2 on ship recycling, and through the Maritime Amrit Kal vision, we have an ambition to be number 1. There was a slide that was presented about new locations. As Maersk, we welcome that. We expect the big vessels that will come will have a challenge to be recycled in a responsible way in line with our standards at Alang. And the new opportunities that are being created, the capacity that is being added in Odisha, West Bengal, is something which we would very much welcome and be a part of those discussions together with the Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways. When I zoom out into India and Denmark bilateral relations, we are today in our 75th year of that. And in 2020, we had Honorable Prime Minister Modi and Honorable Prime Minister Mette, who had agreed to elevate the bilateral relations with the Green Strategic Partnership. Through the letter of intent that was executed between the Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways and the Danish Ministry of Business, we've actually had focus on green shipping, regulatory partnership, ship recycling, digital solutions, and utilizing the Indian talent. It's important to also mention an event from last month. We were at the Tamil Nadu Global Investors Meet, where India and Denmark have come together to launch the Green Fuels Alliance. It's an alliance to actually make available green fuels in sufficient quantities at cost-competitive prices out of India. We actually also happened to visit Tuticorin, and we realized the amount of potential that location has, both in terms of becoming a transshipment hub, but also actually providing the bunkering hub for the future. So these are very welcome moves, and as Maersk, we wholeheartedly support this. I have to conclude in the essence of time. It's important that we must not wait for regulations. We need to demonstrate leadership here, and that is something which we do. Collaboration, as I mentioned, is going to be key. We live our purpose, which is to improve life for all. And while we do that as a partner, as a sustainable partner to India, in trade, in tech, as well as in talent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prashant. So with this, I'd like to move over to Mr. Thanos Liagos. He is the chairman, Hellenic Ports Association, and executive chairman, THPA SA. So over to you, sir.
First of all, good afternoon to all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here. As our moderator said, I am the chairman of the Hellenic Port Association, and I'm also the executive chairman of Thessaloniki Port Authority. Let's have, first of all, an overview of the ports market in Greece. How many ports we have, how many big ports, how many small ports, and if there is any interest of collaboration between Indian and Greek ports. We have 13 port authorities in Greece. Out of them, 2 are the biggest, is Piraeus Port, then follows Thessaloniki Port, and then all the other ports. We have also 80 small ports. Why 80 small ports? Because we have many islands in Greece. So every island has one major port. Since 2012, I was a director of the privatization program of the Greek fund called TAIPED in Greece, and our target was to privatize the port. And finally, the model was very successful. Why? Because not only we brought capital and new investors into our country, but also we opened a gateway to Europe. Let's take the example of Piraeus Port Authority. Piraeus Port Authority, it's, the main shareholders is COSCO Shipping. COSCO Shipping is a state-owned company. Why they choose Piraeus? It's very simple, because of the strategic location of Greece. Are there any other ports that they are situated in a strategic location? Yes. The port that I am executive chairman, Thessaloniki Port. For all of us that, for some of us that we don't know where is Thessaloniki, Thessaloniki Port, it's on the north part of Greece. Actually, it's the ancient port of Great Alexander. That's where on 3032 before Christ, Great Alexander started his strategy, and his view was to connect east and west. I think, and I really believe that Greece can be the perfect gateway for Indian companies that they want to enter into the central, southeast, and European mainland. We are the closest point and the closest country out of all the European countries, and also some ports, they are connected, they are bordered with countries that these countries, they don't have ports. This is one of the cases as Thessaloniki Port. We bordered with countries that they don't have ports, and we are in a distance on 2, 3, maximum 4 hours from all the Balkan countries. What we're looking as Greek ports, I think we're looking of 3 main areas. Alliances, new sea routes, and strategic partnership. I think this summarizes all. But in order to do that, we have to cooperate with other ports. Let's take, for example, Thessaloniki port. We have a strategic agreement with Gdansk port, that's the biggest port in Poland, with Ashdod, that's the national port in Israel, and with the economic zone of Suez Canal. Why we did that? Because without partnership, we cannot go far. And not only that, but we show that the gateway to Europe can pass through the Greek ports, mainly, as I said, for Piraeus and Thessaloniki. Some few figures that I think Mr. Prokopiou said it, but in indirect way, but I will explode a little bit more. I think that the future of the port, it's not going to be just a point of transfer goods. I think we should be the ones that we can deliver the goods to the end point. What I mean, in the past, you remember, we have dock workers carrying cargo things into their shoulders. Right now, we have container, but these, they have to be delivered through trucks or through trains. Where? That's the key question, I think. We have to be like a courier, I mean, in quotes. We have to coordinate in order to deliver the container and the cargo to the final destination of the customer. And that will be probably the future of the ports. But to do that, we have to have technology. Our ports have to be smart and green. So on that direction, all the ports in Europe and in Greece, more specific, we upgrading our mechanological equipment, and also we extend our piers. For example, in Thessaloniki port, with the extension of Pier 6, we will handle approximately 2.2 million containers. Right now, we are the most and the biggest conventional port in Greece. I don't want to take much of your time, but I really think that we should look very seriously the model of cooperating India and Greece through the ports as a gateway to Europe. I think will be a very successful example and model in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liagos. So with this, I'd like to call upon an address from our guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Kostas Fragogiannis. So Mr. Kostas Fragogiannis was born in 1959 in northern Greece, where he completed his basic education. Following his graduation from the British Institute of Marketing, he continued his studies in the US, earning a BS in Business Administration and an MBA in International Management and Computer Systems from the University of San Francisco. In June 23, his term renewed as Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic with the portfolio of Economic Diplomacy and Openness, an office he has held since July 2019. He has greatly contributed to reforms and legislations pertaining to the ministry's restructuring on issues of economic diplomacy and the complete revamping of Enterprise Greece, Greece's trade and investment agency, and Export Credit Greece. Dozens of FDIs have been supported under his leadership, while fast-track procedures, one-stop shop service, and lucrative incentives have been introduced, resulting in record-breaking foreign investments and a complete turnaround in Greece's branding. He has worked towards enhancing Greece's bilateral relations with Eastern Europe, the USA, Germany, all MENA countries, and Libya, among others, while he has also led the Positive Agenda initiative with Turkey. The innovative Astipalea Smart and Sustainable Island Project is one of his most known achievements at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He brings experience of over 30 years in the private sector, where he has held senior executive positions in major companies and groups, such as Emporiki Bank, Interbank Delta, the Vasilikis Group, Antoine, etc. Having successfully handled development projects worth hundreds of millions of euros throughout the world, he has gained invaluable experience in negotiating with organizations in countries where he has overseen investments. He has led a total of 18 greenfield projects in 16 countries, 9 investment consortiums, 5 buyouts, and finally the founding of multiple commercial enterprises in dozens of countries. So with that, sir, over to you.
Thank you for your very kind words. I did not expect that. But Excellencies, dear Presidents and members of the Indian and Greek Business Associations, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and honor to join the second CII India-Europe Business and Sustainability Conclave, leading a distinguished business delegation from Greece. Warm congratulations to the Indian and Greek delegations for their diligent efforts in organizing this event. It is truly commendable to witness the successful bringing together of our country's prominent business communities. Europe stands as India's second largest trading partner, and we anticipate that this year's conclave will serve as a platform to further enhance the outcomes achieved during the inaugural edition. It is our aspiration that this gathering will facilitate the exchange of business perspectives and priorities, while also fostering deliberations on the opportunities and challenges that confront businesses in both India and Europe. In this context, I'm very pleased to begin a collaborative partnership between Greece and India. Our countries have a long history of friendship and cooperation, and it is crucial that we enhance our economic connections. As both of our nations are maritime countries, I believe we all recognize the significance of strengthening our economic cooperation, particularly in the maritime and blue economy sectors. Before I delve into our collaboration in the maritime and blue economy, I would like to quote the words of Mahatma Gandhi. "You must not lose faith in humanity. Humanity is like an ocean. If a few drops of the ocean are dirty, the ocean does not become dirty." Gandhi compared humanity to an ocean, emphasizing their vastness and inherent goodness. Oceans are the foundation of life on Earth and the heartbeat of our planet. They are crucial for ensuring food security and promoting sustainable development. They also play a vital role in regulating the climate by acting as carbon sinks and producing a significant amount of the oxygen we breathe. However, these habitats for diverse marine life are among the most delicate ecosystems. So in order to save our seas, whether it's the Indian Ocean, the Arabic or the Mediterranean Sea, we residents of countries with a long coastline, India has 7.5 kilometers coastline, while Greece, an even longer one of 13.6 kilometers, must preserve the ecological balance of maritime and marine ecosystems. Moreover, since we have a deep economic connection with the sea, we need to strengthen the resilience of our natural and socioeconomic systems while addressing the consequences of the climate crisis. Allow me to provide some indicative numbers regarding fishery. In India, over 4 million fisherfolk with 166,000 vessels depend on the coastline economy, while in Greece, our fishing fleet comprises approximately of 14,000 vessels, the largest in the European Union, offering jobs to 25,000 men and women. To achieve the balance between nature and economy, the European Union has adopted a new approach for a sustainable blue economy, which is the reason we gathered here today. The mitigation of climate change by developing offshore renewable energy, decarbonizing maritime transport, and greening ports. Second, the enhancement of circular economy by renewing the standards of fishing gear design. And third, the preservation of biodiversity. This new approach includes all industries and sectors associated with oceans, seas, and coasts. It promotes their coexistence and fosters collaboration in the maritime domain. In response to the EU objectives and the alarming scientific predictions regarding the impacts of climate change, the Greek government is committed to take immediate and decisive action both on land and at sea by implementing the well-known Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. On climate law, we serve a comprehensive plan for our transition towards achieving net zero emissions by 2050. According to this law, we are dedicated to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030, 80% by 2040, and ultimately achieving climate neutrality by 2050. Moreover, in alignment with the objective of achieving a global shift towards renewable energy, we have launched the GR-ECO Greco Island program at the national level. This groundbreaking initiative aims to transform Greek islands into exemplars of energy autonomy, circular economy, for water and waste management and eco-friendly transportation. The transition towards sustainability not only contributes to economic growth and job creation, but also promotes sustainable development in local communities. Allow me to provide an example of this endeavor through a video that will last only 2.5 minutes.
The country of more than 6,000 islands, known for their beauty and history. After 4 millennia of civilization, the Greek islands today thrive and prosper. Modern communities founded on growing economies, exploiting ample natural resources, but also the historic ingenuity and entrepreneurship of their populations. In the last 3 years, the Greek government decided to make Greek islands beacons of green and digital transformation, setting the paradigm for action against climate change. The program, Greco Islands, aims to transform the islands of Greece into models of green economy, energy self-sufficiency, digital innovations, and sustainable mobility. This is how this journey begins. Smart Island of Naxos. Utilization of cloud services to create smart infrastructures and solutions that improve everyday life. A partnership of more than 20 companies and organizations. The Telos Project. Increased penetration of renewable energy sources. First zero-waste island in the world. The Astypalia Project. Astypalia Project involves a completely new and advanced transportation system. Astypalia is becoming a model for green and smart living. The Halki Project. A holistic approach targeting all key infrastructure. Improving living standards for island residents and visitors' experience. The islands of Tylos, Naxos, Astypalia and Halki were the testing ground for introducing a holistic transformation process to make Greek islands green and digital. The international attention attracted, but also the enthusiastic reception by the primary beneficiaries, the residents of the 4 islands themselves, speak for the success of the model. And with this success as the legacy of the first phase, Greece commits to a plan for the transformation of all the remaining islands of its archipelagos. An ambitious plan, a challenging aspiration for the future, a promise for resilient, sustainable, ecologically balanced islands in Greece. A vision for Greco Islands.
Ladies and gentlemen, in my view, this program of the Greco Islands is our contribution to the world by bringing a picture of the future before the future. The green and sustainable development of these projects provide an opportunity to serve as a model of strategic collaboration also between the public and the private sector, researchers and scientists. Together, Greece and India can harness energy from the sea, the sun and the wind through joint research, technology transfer, and investment in renewable energy infrastructure. This collaboration can transform other islands or mainland areas to energy-independent entities, whether it is in Greece or in India. In addition to being a producer and exporter of green electricity generated from RES, renewable energy sources, Greece aims to become a major logistics hub in southeastern Europe, and to achieve this goal, we are currently constructing a railway network throughout the country that will allow this. With EU priorities in mind, we strongly support investments and collaborations in the field of transport and logistics along the commercial axis from north to south, from west to east. The G20 announcement of the trade corridor linking Europe to the Middle East and India through shipping ports and rail routes, which President Biden referred to as a game-changing investment, presents excellent opportunities for partnership. I confirm our will to fully support the IMEC project, which is so important nowadays for both our countries. Greece can be India's gateway to Europe, with Greek ports operating as IMEC hub. Ladies and gentlemen, the successful development of sustainable projects relies on synergies and investments. However, in order for partnerships to thrive, it is essential to establish a secure and stable environment, as well as demonstrate goodwill and resilience. I strongly believe that our countries are heading in the right direction. There are opportunities available for exploration. I am certain that you will find suitable partners, and with mutual trust, respect, and understanding, we can establish beneficial, win-win, and highly profitable ventures. I will end my speech in the same way that I started. As Mahatma Gandhi said, the future depends on what we do today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think with this session, we've had a grand learning of what potentials India and EU hold together in the maritime sector. And I look forward to many such future engagements between companies that will be there between the corridor, and learning from examples from some of the most experienced maritime economies to some of the most evolving economies. So from one of the articles that I read, I'd like to mention that a lot of the future is now in the Indian Ocean, and that's where we need to focus. So take that transatlantic, that strength that was there, and bring it to the Indian Ocean. And we are here to support it. So with that, I'd like to conclude today's session. We just have a small facilitation ceremony.
May I request Mr. T.K. Ramchandran, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, to hand over a token of appreciation to our esteemed guests here. You can hand that over, yes, to the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, Economic Diplomacy and Openness, Hellenic Republic, Greece. And the next one to Mr. Georgios Prokopiou, founder, Dynacom Tankers Management Limited. To Mr. Sanjeev Garg, Secretary General, the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. Mr. Liakos, Chairman, Hellenic Ports Association and Executive Chairman, the Hellenic Republic, Greece. And to Captain Prashant Vidge, Head of ESG and Public Affairs South Asia, Group Public and Regulatory Affairs, AP Moller Maersk. May I request Mr. Vaibhav Vora, Managing Director, Continental Carriers, and the moderator of this session, to hand over a token of appreciation to the Secretary. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for being with us. May I request all of you to step forward for a photo opportunity, please. And with that, we close this session. Our next session are two parallel sessions, one in the same hall here, and that session, and the other one is in room number 211, for those interested. The session in this hall is the roadmap for cooperation in green energy to meet global transition. For those interested, please remain seated here. We'll start in precisely 3-4 minutes. And the next roundtable is a country session on Greece in room number 211. May I request all of you to please be seated, and those sitting at the back could move forward, because this is a parallel session and we will be short of people in this session. So you could move forward if you so wish to. This session, Roadmap for Cooperation in Green Energy to Meet Global Transition. The moderator for this session is Mr. Rakesh Sareen. May I invite all the speakers for this session to please join us on the dais, please. And to begin this session, I'd like to invite Mr. Rakesh Sareen, President Suzlon Energy Limited India, to kindly give his remarks and conduct the session, please. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon, ladies, gents, delegates, and my fellow panelists out here. I'm truly excited for the session. Indeed, an extremely important session in today's time on the roadmap that how do we build a more robust green energy and how do we rather speed up the transition. In fact, when looking at the audience here, all learned, experienced, with lot of leadership behind them, I was wondering that what should I say at this moment of time. And while dwelling on that, we thought that why not we make this session a more action-oriented session with experience of people sitting out here. And before we dwell into the session with the speakers, I would like to take stock of the situation where we are. In fact, in the recent COP28, where I was there were a lot of murmurs around that we, at this juncture, are already at 1.2 scenario in 2023. 2030 is where, we are talking about that could be that 1.5 arrive. And there were also murmurs that who will be there to measure the temperature of 2100. Friends, ladies, gents, we are indeed passing through a very, very grave situation, a great crisis, where all of us, put together have to have a great roadmap which is full of action. Now, on the positive side, if we look at, in 2024, we are standing on great success. Imagine 2020 versus 2024. In last 25 years, we have demonstrated technology, whether we're talking of wind, whether we are talking of solar, whether we are talking of biofuels, whether, we are at least talking about the planning on the hydrogen. So we have proven technology in front of us. We have also demonstrated that they work and they work economically. Today, where solar was a big question mark while building scenarios, today it's not a question mark. We also have now, for example, in India, we are talking about FDRE tenders, 24/7 bids coming from the renewable sector at a cost-effective price. So a lot of good is there in our hands already. At the same time, if we look at India, for example, in 2024, when we are here, and if we look at our goals for 2030, we are talking about building 3 times the capacity what we have today. And by the way, the capacity what we have today is not a small capacity, it is 120 gigawatts. We are talking about over 6 billion FDI coming into the country in last just 3 years. We are talking of building 500 gigawatts of renewable platforms. We are talking about seriously on offshore wind. We are talking of hydrogen. We are talking of bioethanol, biomethanol, and compressed biogas. At the same time, we are also talking about the carbon markets. Bureau of Energy Efficiency are working hard on that how do we put the carbon markets in place. So friends, we have, in fact, a huge opportunity sitting in front of us. The purpose of that opportunity is humongous. We are talking about taking bull by the horn and, giving it a direction. And out here with this esteemed panelists who are predominantly coming from Europe, and this is an Indo-Europe session out here. We have a platform on CECP, the Europe-India Clean Energy Climate Partnership. So we have certain basic elements already in our hand, and I would request my fellow panelists out here to dwell on certain questions. In fact, we have put around 10 questions in front of us, and we had a discussion just before coming here, and these questions are coming from subjects like international agreement and partnerships and driving green energy transition, role of technology innovation in taking it through with cost economics for the users, energy access and role of off-grid solutions, importance of regulatory framework and policy incentives, how do we mitigate the mitigation measures like effective carbon markets and CBAM for incentivizing the emission reduction, adoption of biofuels like bioethanol, biomethanol, SAF, biogas, the balance of energy trilemma, and that's the trilemma of energy security, energy equity, and environment sustainability, very importantly. Cost-effective ways of installing solar and wind, green hydrogen, smart grids, the developing startup ecosystem, which plays a very important role. Where can be the cross-border synergy in that? And then we are talking about access to finance, green finance. So all these topics, we have very experienced panelists sitting out here. Welcome to all of you, gents. We also agreed that each one of us are not going to take more than 5 minutes. And before concluding, we will come up with at least one call to action. So what you're going to hear is not just the talk, but also after concluding the talk, that what is it that we can pick up 1 or 2 points which you can convert that idea into action and find our colleagues from India and Europe collaborate and see if we can make this as a base today to pick up an idea and work on it and make it of commercial use and, more importantly, a use to humanity. So with these words, I would invite our first panelist out here, and he is Mr. Joachim Lakshelter, who lives in India. He is the director of the New Delhi office of the Heinrich Böll Stiftung, which is a German political foundation affiliated to the Green Party. He previously headed the foundation's country office in Nigeria. Welcome, my friend Joachim. You want to speak from there, or you want to come to the dais? You're most welcome.
Hello? Yes, now it's on. Thank you. Maybe, yeah, for also more interactive session, maybe we can remain seated and not lecture so much. Yeah, thank you very much, Rakesh, for this introduction, and great to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. So maybe picking on the points that you just made, Rakesh, I think it's also important to acknowledge, first of all, that there is a deep commitment, I think, both in India and Europe/Germany to drive the global energy transition. And just to put that in a few numbers, when you look at Germany, in 2023, in the months between March and September, the share of renewable energy in net electricity generation was consistently 50% or higher. And Germany is now aiming to increase that by 2030 to 80%. Likewise, in India, we've seen a quadrupling of renewable energy capacity in the last 8.5 years, which now stands at 180 gigawatts non-fossil fuel capacity, or 42% of the generation capacity in the country. And the target is 500 gigawatts by 2030. So I don't think we lack ambition or commitment. But of course, at the same time, we have to acknowledge that there's challenges. And we know, for example, that if we keep going at the current pace of renewable energy rollout, neither Germany nor India will find it very easy to reach their own targets. And there are, of course, some areas that are challenges in both countries and regions. I mean, you could name many, but I think bottlenecks are definitely the electricity grids, modernization, and expansion of electricity grids to be able to evacuate the power that's being generated and being able to cope with the renewable energy that's going to be put on the grid. I think for India, there's also still a discussion to be had about off-grid renewable energy solutions, be it, for example, to move forward on the issue of clean cooking in rural areas. You will have to think, I think, off-grid. Of course, development of storage capacity is another challenge that both countries and regions face, and I think there, in the Indian context, you would want to think of affordable, low-cost options for households and SMEs. For India in particular, I think it's the access to low-cost finance that's imperative to reach its ambitious goals. It's estimated that the country will need around $300 billion by 2030, and that's enormous. But I think you also have to start thinking about the kind of financial products that are available to households to be able to afford rooftop solar. Of course, that's something that's now being tackled to some extent by the new programs that have been put in place by the Indian government just recently, giving subsidies to households to be able to do exactly that. But also with regards to, and that's something that was mentioned in the session outline, talking about startups and their role, they will also need accessible, affordable capital to get the ideas going and get them growing. To tackle these challenges together, I think that there is already lots of collaboration going on. If you look at the Germany-India relationship, there's years of cooperation under the Indo-German Energy Forum. There's now more recently the Green and Sustainable Development Partnership since 2022. At the European level, the one you mentioned already, the EU-India Clean Energy and Climate Partnership. And there's the EU-India Connectivity Partnership as well. And I think you could name many other bilateral partnerships that have been put in place. Generally speaking, I think there isn't a lack of collaboration, or there isn't probably many issues regarding the energy transition for which there hasn't been some sort of a collaboration or program already. The question is maybe rather the scale or the depth of the cooperation, and do we really leverage all the stakeholders at all levels that should be part of the conversations. Talking from the national to the subnational to the local, but also in terms of stakeholders between startups, businesses, civil society, and the government sector. But also to talk about, or give an example about the depth or scale of the cooperation. I mean, under the Green and Sustainable Development Partnership, you have a commitment by German government to provide 10 billion in euros in additional finance until 2030. And while that's enormous and substantial, at the same time, in the context of 300 billion required, you still have to ask yourself, how do we kind of leverage other stakeholders? And I think there we could maybe start looking at ideas that are a bit outside of the box. For example, how could we leverage European pension funds to provide cheap capital for the Indian energy transition? That's just to float one idea, one of the examples where I think we can have more creative discussions about how we can go about collaborating and providing the finance that's necessary. So maybe I'll leave it at that for now in view of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Joachim. Very good points what you made. And while you're talking about the clean cooking and the solar panels for the households and touch upon the entrepreneurship in the startup world. But as an action point, what I've jotted down out here and would also request the CII fellows to make a note of that, is that can we leverage the cheap capital, like pension funds and the 10 billion euros what you have for the clean financing? Can that be leveraged in a good, positive way on a win-win basis? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Now, friends, we have Carl Johan Rundberg. He's the head of Volvo Group Public Affairs. Volvo, with their name tag to the most safest mobility, taking a big shape on the electric mobility as well, and would be great to hear from you. And how can the country benefit in terms of sustainability as well, and what all can we do about?
Well, thank you, Rakesh, and thank you for allowing me to represent the Volvo Group in this really important topic of green energy transition to meet the sustainability challenges that lies ahead. And like said, the Volvo Group, we deliver transport solutions, both for maritime solutions, trucks, buses, and construction machinery. And we have embarked on an endeavor to be carbon neutral by 2040. And by being so, we believe that it requires 3 different technologies. So we are betting on battery electric energy sources for our full vehicle portfolio. We are looking for fuel cell, electric, and also combustion engine that are being fueled by biofuels on various sources. So a 3-pronged approach to solve this challenge that lies ahead of us. This requires a solid system change. It's not only about the vehicles and the machines, because the vehicles and machines, they are available on the market already today. But in order for them to operate, we need to transform the system on how to provide the energy to these vehicles. We need to secure that we have an infrastructure that supplies the either electricity or the biofuels required to propel these vehicles. We need to secure that we have the policies in place to make sure that the system transforms in a pace that is accommodating the important task that these vehicle and machines are doing, because they are delivering transport solution. They're shifting around people and goods to keep the world rolling as we know it today. And like mentioned earlier here today, 14% of the GDP of India is coming from transport. And comparing that to some European countries, we're down to single digits. So one important key in this transition is also to efficientize the transportation system, because that is taking away waste out of the system and thereby not having to refuel waste, because that is one of the key elements. And the digital transformation that is happening in parallel to this sustainability transformation brings a lot of opportunities to reduce the waste in the transportation system and efficientize logistics tremendously, and lowering that share of GDP to single digit. But we can't do it alone. It requires partnership in between vehicle manufacturers as ourselves, energy providers, and governments, because we all need to move at a similar pace to transform the system as the system change requires. So we need a common vision, which we have with the Paris Agreement, but we also need near-term targets so that we can offer and build up production capacity of these vehicles in parallel as we build up the infrastructure needed and the supply of the green energy needed. So that's super important, and this can only be achieved by sharing best practices. We are present in 190 markets across the world, and by sharing best practices in between us, we can avoid making the same mistakes over and over again. So sharing the best of learnings from India to Europe, and from Europe to India, and from India to US, and US to India, across the globe sharing best practice, then we can leapfrog this transition and make it a smooth transition, because we all need to change a little bit. And if we all change a little bit, then we can make a tremendous change. And finally, I would like to point out that this might be one of the sort of the exemptions that proves the rule of letting the market decide, because this is such a complex system change. So here we probably need to lean towards a decide and provide, because we can go so many directions. But by deciding from the political perspective, jointly with the industry and the stakeholder, and by then, after you have decided, providing the policy to make the system change in that direction, in a controlled pace, in a controlled time manner. That's the way you probably make this transition a smooth transition and a possible transition. But all parts of the system counts. We have the vehicles, we need the green energy, we need the grid and the infrastructure to supply the energy to the system as such, and we need the business model and the policies to make this happen. Without any one of these 4 items in the chain, the transformation will not happen. So each and every one of us throughout the world and throughout this room need to work together in partnership, in collaboration, sharing best practice, and making this transition happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carl. Painting your vision for 2040 with net zero, I think you said something extremely important, that how can you leverage the experience of 190 markets, you said, and evolve with the best practices, and then with that, how can we catapult the whole transition in a faster way? Of course, companies like Volvo and the entrepreneurship alongside the government policies would definitely play a very major role. I think from this thought, out here, people sitting here, either by themselves or by talking to their friends and colleagues in their networks, because everyone sitting here has huge influence, maybe this idea can take a further shape, and again, probably, you can talk to Volvo directly, or to the CII body, or to the Indo-Europe partnership, what we already have out here. Thanks very much. And now it's my privilege to invite Ashish Basu. He's the CEO of GMR Energy. Has over 39 years of extensive and very rich experience in the power and the infra sector. So Ashish, over to you. You are at a very opportune spot right now as GMR, and we all know GMR very well. Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, respected delegates, and the esteemed panel. Let me make a few points. I am conscious that we are sitting between you and lunch, so therefore I will be short. Let me make a few points which possibly addresses a few of the headline issues that Rakesh listed, and will also resonate with 1 or 2 themes which the other speakers have told. One, let me talk about hydrogen. In India, hydrogen now costs around $3.50 per kg. There were recent bids, and people are ready to set up hydrogen facilities with only 3-year incentives of 36 to 60 cents. In Europe, hydrogen today costs around $6.50 per kg. So 3.5 versus 6.5. If you export hydrogen, and Indian government is giving policy incentives for that, it has given a policy of hydrogen bunkering in all ports by 2030. I think landed cost of hydrogen in Europe can be around 5.5. India will always be cheaper because of our cheap solar power, let's say at 2.4 rupees or 30 cents, if I may, or 3 cents rather. There's another point. Electrolyzers are a major cost of hydrogen production. And according to Bloomberg, Chinese electrolyzers cost 50% of European electrolyzer. Reason? Cheaper material and very importantly labor. There is a lot of labor involved in manufacturing of electrolyzers still. As also capacity utilization. Chinese factories are loaded 90%. So is there a scope for Europe to move a part of their manufacturing facility in India, and India is focusing big on hydrogen, then thereby reduce the electrolyzer cost, reduce the hydrogen cost further in India, and which both countries can benefit. There are 2-3 joint ventures already, John Cockerell, Mach5 with L&T, but I think there is a scope of deepening this participation together and bring down costs for the benefit of both continents, subcontinents. That's one point. Secondly, I fully agree about decide and provide. Such a big change, paradigm change cannot be left to the market, and policies play a very big role, critical role in adoption of climate change and accelerating the transition. In India, the stellar run we have had till now in increasing the renewable share is aided by policy and incentives. 2-3 things can be done better. One is emission trading, it's in the works, but that will help. Secondly, we have renewable purchase obligations cast, but those are not implemented strictly. A strict implementation of renewable purchase obligation will increase the cost of the certificates and incentivize renewable players. I also want to touch on something which straddles all these aspects, and Rakesh also mentioned that, e-cooking. India imports most of its petroproducts. E-cooking, we have now universal access to electricity. We have good solar generation. We are talking of rooftop solar. Further, we are now going on a very ambitious rollout of smart meter fixing in all of India. 250 million smart meters to be fixed. We as a company are also in it, with which you can control with some behind the meter, front of meter interventions, you can control, shift the load. So it's ideal now that we look at promoting e-cooking in a big way. For a sense, if there is a 25% conversion to e-cooking, India can save 6 to 15 lakh crore rupees over 15 years. There would be 36% reduction in respiratory diseases. Life expectancy will go up by 1.7 years. The typical woman would save 70 minutes of his day. So this is something which can be a mission for India. What we need to do is to develop a very efficient electricity cooking stove, and I think Indian and European agencies can collaborate in making one and rolling out this program. When I touched upon smart meter, in India, a smart meter implementation cost around 100 euros. In Europe, you have 290 million homes. Roughly 115 million homes are still to be implemented with smart meter. So we operate at 50% of the cost. India is now developing a huge manufacturing base. Of course, European standards are different, but I think looking at the price arbitrage, a possible area of association is Europe using Indian smart meter manufacturing for cheaper meters and sharing with us their vast knowledge in smart grid management and smart grid infrastructure. There's the third one. I will have one last point. Our road to net zero would have to have a major contribution of energy efficiency. In India, our per capita use of power is around 1310-12 units. Global average is 3,200. So there would be a huge increase in energy consumption in India, driven by cooling, retail consumers, besides data center, industrial, etc. Energy efficiency has a big role to play, but in India it's in a very nascent stage. In Europe, there are a lot of startups operating in this space, as also big companies like Schneider. So an area of collaboration which I can see is energy efficiency, where Europe's startups, Europe's learnings can be integrated with India, and we can benefit from that experience, because a lot needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashish. Some excellent points that you made, that can we collaborate to make more cost-effective hydrogen in India. Very well said. Then you talked about e-cooking, and I think the numbers what you mentioned are astronomical, and an idea worth analyzing and pursuing. And of course, all these transitions are very intimately linked to the health of us all. And India, if we look at the emissions and environment, is not in a good shape. Another angle, what you mentioned about the ecosystem of Europe on energy efficiencies, and can there be collaborations? Can those startups or the companies which are doing a good work out there, I think there's a lot of room to play out here in India to enhance the systems out here. With this, thank you, Ashish, and let me invite Ignacio Pastor. He comes from Spain, and the managing director of TRI Technical, which is a division of Technicias Reunidas Engineers, India Private Limited. He specializes in energy transition technologies. He's an engineering and management executive specialized in engineering, procurement, fabrication, manufacturing, and management activities in the energy refining petrochemical. So over to you, Ignacio, please. Oh,
I already here.
Wonderful. You are faster than light.
I have to say I'm a little hyperactive, so I was dying to stand up. So I can't stand still in one place. So thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you, Mr. Vasu, because I think you broke my speech. I think I was thinking that I was going to speak about something different, but after hearing you, I think you touched a lot of the points that are really relevant in this time. See, we have to differentiate between technologies. There are technologies in the energy transition which are really mature, and that are mature because they have been implemented for 20, 30 years now. So we have in the industry been able to improve until we have a point in which it's profitable to do it, right? People can pay for it. There are technologies that we are working on, that we are developing, which are still in their infancy, so to speak. So when you started talking about green hydrogen and about electrolysis and how the cooperation, because I was thinking to talk about the cooperation between Europe or the European Union and India, about my experience in India, our experience for more than 10 years in India, and how this can be translated in the difficulties of Atmanirbhar, and how that can be, we have to address it together, because when you apply Atmanirbhar to mature technologies, that is something that we can all relate to. But when we are talking about new technologies that are in their infancy, there has to be a cross-collaboration across nations. And there has to be a way of implementing those technologies in a different manner, that if there were new, completely established technologies. As per Mr. Vasu, I was going to say, so I'm happy to announce that, for example, we have come to an agreement in which we are going to manufacture our 1 megawatt electrolyzers in India. We have an agreement with the company Sterling & Wilson, which we have just signed. And we are already in the production to have the first demo unit by the end of the year. So we are walking the walk. We are doing it. We believe in India. We believe, I was the other day with the Minister of Energy Transition of Spain here in Delhi, and I was telling her, see, we are 55 million in Spain, right? So India's 1.4 billion. So whatever we do matters, of course, but whatever India does matters 30 times more. So we have to have that collaboration. If we want to walk the walk into energy transition, we have to collaborate. There is no other way. So in this line, I wanted to bring the Atmanirbhar point because we have been experiencing that, see, when you come into India, like we came many years ago, we understand the Make in India, we understand the Atmanirbhar, and I'm a defender of it, of developing the nation's capacity. I'm a complete defender of it. I consider myself partly Indian in that way, because I've been here a long time, and it's treating me really well, and I consider that this is the way. It has to be through collaborative approach. The problem comes with Atmanirbhar. Some of the policies introduce barriers to entry that disincentivate companies or countries or sectors that may be willing to come because the difficulties, the barriers to entry that it introduces creates a little bit of a hassle for the company to come. And that is something that has to be. And I'm experiencing right now, we are seeing, we are betting on manufacturing in India our electrolyzer. However, now we have to implement projects. See, we are a company that we have technologies and we do projects in SAF, Sustainable Aircraft Fuel. We do e-methanol. We have technologies to do bioethanol, to clean biogas, so that we can utilize it in our networks. So those technologies are available, and we are developing them, and we are willing to bring them into India. The problem comes that sometimes the process of tendering becomes lengthy, and that will delay the progress so that we can implement those technologies into India. So I am an adamant defender of India, like I said. I believe that this is the decade of India, or the decades of India. There is a lot of capitals that, due to geopolitical reasons, are going to flow into India. I'm 100% sure. And just if we use that cooperation that I heard many, many times today in this forum, and we work together and sit down how to implement the policies so that we can share forces, we can join forces to attack the common problem that we have with the environment. Basically, this is my take. You changed a little bit my speech, Mr. Basu. Thank you for that. It's always good to improvise. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ignacio. You said something very important, that India offers a multiple of 30. So it's a 30x opportunity, you know, and if there are good technologies in Europe, you know, why not multiply that kind of with that kind of a multiple. Also, you mentioned about the technologies available with you on the bioethanol, biomethanol, biogas and all, and it's worth picking up that conversation if some people are there in the crowd, but we can always broadcast that, you know, in the diaspora out here. With this, we have, last but not the least, our friend Constantius Bikas. He's you know, from the School of Law of the University of Athens, and pursued graduate studies in the private shipping law, international law, and he's out here with us to talk. Would you be talking about the green energy for the maritime? But no. Please, most welcome.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much all for being here. I will start first by stressing how important is the change that we see in the relationship between India and Europe. This is a strategic event. This is a global strategic event, and we're very happy that my government has upgraded, and India, that we have upgraded our relationship at a strategic level. That happened during the visit of Prime Minister Modi in Athens in last August, and this will be further enhanced by the visit happening now between Prime Minister happening these days between Prime Minister Mitsotakis and Prime Minister Modi here in New Delhi. I represent Mytilineos Energy and Metals. Mytilineos Energy and Metals is one of the biggest industrial conglomerates in Greece. We produce around, this year we'll produce around 4% of the country's GDP. We have on our portfolio 3% of Greece's exports. We are a company with a market capitalization over 5 billion in Athens Stock Exchange. We have a turnover around 6 billion, with an EBITDA around 1 billion and net profit around 600 million. Very importantly, for what we can do all around the world is that we have a liquidity of 2.5 billion and net debt to leverage over net debt to 1.5 over 1.4 billion. These numbers allow us to be able to expand our work and our investment all around the world. Very recently, we did an investment in photovoltaics in Alberta, Canada, of 1.7 billion. We're very strong. We're strong in Australia with a business around 1 billion. And we are very also strong in storage, in grid connection, something that because of renewables will be more and more important in the years to come. We are also the biggest natural gas importers in our country, and we provide natural gas to the north of Greece. With regard to metals, we are the largest vertical aluminum production in Europe, and also very important, we produce our own electricity, a big part green electricity, so there are many hours within the day that we produce Greek aluminum, which is a very important task, and we very much believe in achieving our goals with regard to having a green conglomerate. Having said this, for us, India is a very important country. We have a presence here, and we want to explore further possibilities with what can be done. At the same time, our chairman, Evangelos Mytilineos, and chairman and CEO, Evangelos Mytilineos, is president of Eurometo. Eurometo is the association of non-ferrous metals within Europe. We are talking about 500,000 direct workers, 3 million indirect workers, 900 facilities, and 120 billion in turnover. And here, my friends, I must stress that the European industry faces difficulties. These difficulties are mostly due to the fact that whereas Europe is responsible for 7.5% of the pollution of our planet, it has natural gas prices that are 5 times more expensive than in the United States, and it has CO2 prices that are more or less at the same level, more expensive than the United States. We should not forget that we all want to go to do the green transition, but this is not going to be an easy path, and societies have to be ahead. We need, for the green transition, we need energy that is accessible, affordable, and sustainable. If we don't have accessible and affordable, then the societies will not follow, and we'll have issues that we already see nowadays in Europe. And I believe this is one of the most important challenges that we have, that is to achieve the green transition, but to achieve it in a way that we don't come to face our societies. Our society must understand what it means, must understand how they have to pay about it, and through that come to the target that we want in a smooth and realistic way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate the point what you made on how to transition in a smooth manner so that there's equity all around in the social diaspora as well. Well, with this, we come to an end of this beautiful session. I must say there are some very interesting points which have emerged, and we have taken a note of that. These are clearly the points where we can take next steps, we can have dialogue, we can convert that into concrete action. Thank you very much, the colleagues from CII, for giving me this opportunity, and to all the panelists. We truly appreciate it. It's a wonderful session and the program for 2 days, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Serene. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all our panelists on the stage. I know it's lunchtime, but it could be louder. It's been a long half day already. Mr. Serene, may I request you to kindly hand over a token of appreciation to all our panelists, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll go on that.
May I request all of you to please step forward for a photo, please. And with that, we close our session. Lunch for everybody, all the delegates, is in the Nalanda Hall downstairs on the ground floor. And for our speakers and other guests from the embassy, it is at the Shakuntalam Hall. Please do join us. We need to come back and reconvene at 2 o'clock because we have inaugural session at 5:30, which we cannot delay. See you back in this hall at 2 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back post-lunch. We are about to start with our session in this hall, Skilling Human Resources for an Interconnected World. May I request our speakers for this session to please join us on the dais. And Mr. Vipin Sondi to lead them all onto the dais. The Additional Secretary, Mr. Sahu from MEA, will be joining us soon. He's on his way. He should be here any moment, but we do not want to delay the session, and that is why we are going to start on time. Please come. May I request those sitting at the back to come forward, because this is a parallel session and we do not expect the house to be totally full. It will be nice to have an audience up close. Yes. Thank you so much. And now to begin the session, I'd like to invite Mr. Vipin Sondi, Chairman, CII National Forum on Industry, Academia Partnership for R&D and Innovation, India, to give his remarks and take the session forward. Over to you, Mr. Sondi.
Renuka, thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Do come forward, kind of keep us motivated as well. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, namaste to all of you. It's a privilege to be addressing all of you today on a theme that is not just timely but critical for our future. I have an outstanding panel. As Renuka mentioned, we are still expecting a gentleman from the government of India to come, and he'll join us. But I will introduce them as they come to speak. But let me try and set the context. And according to estimates by the World Economic Forum, 85 million existing jobs will become obsolete by 2025, primarily on account of the technology revolution. On the contrary, for the same reason, 97 million jobs are expected to be created. There are lots of numbers floating around, but this is the WAF estimate. The pressing challenges of climate change, sustainability require innovative solutions and a workforce skilled in green technologies and sustainable practices. Estimates also suggest that 44% of the workers' skills will get disrupted in the next 5 years. Therefore, as we stand at the crossroads of a new age, the collective challenge and opportunity for India and Europe is to forge a path that ensures our human resources are not just participants, but the front runners of an interconnected world of tomorrow. To this end, India's young population presents a unique opportunity. India is likely to add another 100 million youth in the working age by 2030, despite a declining trend of fertility. Therefore, India's youth cohort has the potential to not only drive India's growth, but also growth globally. On the other hand, Europe's industrial sector, celebrated for its prowess in digitalization, green technology, innovative vocational education, and training methods, serves as an exemplar in workforce development. All the panelists, I'm sure, will have wonderful examples to share on behalf of their respective countries. Before I move to the panelists, I'd like to make 5 suggestions for strengthening our collaboration, which I hope all the panelists would reflect on in their opening remarks. First, as we embrace the digital revolution, ensuring inclusive access to digital literacy and technology is crucial. Can India and the EU collaborate on designing and imparting digital skilling programs?
Second, as the future of work is transforming industry, can a joint exercise be undertaken to map emerging and future job roles, understanding the emerging talent requirements, and creating a cadre of skilled workforce that can be readily deployed in our two regions? Third, fostering an entrepreneurial mindset is key to innovation and job creation. Can India and EU design joint programs in our respective incubation centers and accelerators to support budding entrepreneurs, transforming job seekers to job creators? Fourth, green transition today represents a significant opportunity. Can India and Europe lead by example, sharing best practices that equip our respective workforces with green skills for the future? And lastly, can we build a universal labor information management system which will help international mobility of skilled talent? With this, I'd like to invite the panelists for their opening remarks of 4 to 5 minutes each. You can give your remarks either from here or seated, after which we'll have a Q&A. Can I start with you, Dr. Yudhita Latimovitz, a lawyer, legally smart, but she wears multiple hats. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and it is great honor for me to be here and that I can share my experience, especially as an opening, to open our discussion. So I think that skilling human resources for an interconnected world is a key, and this can be a great opportunity to EU, Poland in particular, and India to cooperate. To give you some better understanding of my role. As it was mentioned, I'm a lawyer, but I'm also an Indologist, and I'm a representative both of academia and business industry professional career. So I'm a practitioner, and this is something which is a key for me in all my endeavors, and I think that it is also a key in skilling human resources. So I would start from focusing on collaboration of industry and educational institutions, and it can be done on different levels, so country to country, on educational institutions, but also educational institution to industry. And as a result of my experience, because I have studied Indology first, then I did my law studies, I did my PhD on India, and at the same time I did bar training and became an advocate. Now I'm head of India desk, and I support Polish, but also other European businesses setting up their presence in India, and I do the same for Indian companies in Poland. So I can see how many skills are required that are not trained during some educational programs at college or during studies. So as a result of my experience, last year I launched a special postgraduate educational program that is conducted at one of Polish universities that is trying to fill this gap, and apart from educational and giving information and basic knowledge, it also gives a practical training, because the classes are conducted by the practitioners who are present in Asian markets. And this program is called Investments and Trade, Doing Business in Asia. And this is the first program in Poland that was built in that way, to give the tools, to give the information on different skills that are also required during doing business in India, because this is my main focus as I'm Indologist as well. So this is my major market that I'm covering. And our aim is to give the businesses and all the students who would like to pursue this, these studies the practical knowledge coming from the people who already did it. So to make their way shorter, for example, that it was in my example. So this is one program that we have proposed, and this program is coming directly from the expectations of the market. Second program that we are also trying to do with the representatives of different industries is to giving the practical training to make students more effective at work when they finish studies. So this is kind of a series of internships, trainings from different fields to give them first education, but also practical training, again coming from the representatives of industries for which they will work in the future, because I believe that this is something really important to connect representatives of industries with the students at the very early stage, because later on it will optimize the process of training when it comes to real job, and it will be in the line with the market demand. So this is just for the opening. I know now I pass the microphone to other panelists, but I will be more than happy to share more information about the programs which we are handling, because this is only two of the examples, and I will be more than happy to share my thoughts later on, but now.
Inviting me to be on this panel. Just to engage with all of you, I would like to mention what is the locus standi for me today on this panel. I manage a European, a Danish company in India. I'm the managing director for an engineering company, which is headquarters in Copenhagen. That's one point. Secondly, the objective of our company is to be partner for sustainable change. So that is how relevant the business with Europe and the sustainability aspect brings me on this panel. On a day-to-day basis, we have this challenge of how do we skill our people for an interconnected world. Like an engineering company based in India, we do a lot of engineering projects outside India. So on a daily basis, we have collaboration and partnerships with our colleagues across the world. And this challenge keeps coming up every day, that how do we keep our people relevant for global partnerships. Like Mr. Sondi mentioned, about 25 to 30% of the workforce in the global market is Indian. So how do we come up to the expectations of the global markets? How do we equip our own young workforce so that they can stand up to the expectations of the international market? To my colleagues, every day I enunciate three aspects of how do we meet those expectations. First and foremost is the quality. In India, the definition of quality for us is very different from, say, the definition of quality in one of the Nordic countries that I manage. But we have to have the same quality when we deliver a project to our client. So the strategic partnerships with maybe a Danish company or a Swedish company, Norwegian company comes in to empower Indian engineers to see how the same level of quality in engineering is delivered, whether it's in India or it's in the UK or it's in Germany, irrespective of the region. I think that is one very important aspect that we must have in our young workforce, quality. Secondly, I think it is the communication. As a culture, we do not speak up during meetings or when there is a review of the project, etc. And that means we agree to everything that's being said in the meetings. And that is not so very often. And then there is a miscommunication because we don't speak up, and that is why we miss some deadlines or we don't reach those expectations. So we have to equip our people with great communication skills. I'm not just saying speaking in English or writing in English, but the message that you are conveying in a particular meeting or in a particular forum has to go across to the receiver. So quality, communication, and secondly, the sustainability aspect is something that we just cannot ignore. Throughout the world, we have a lot of infrastructure assets which need to be decarbonized. Or you need to build new assets which are going to be green. They have to be green. So how do we empower our workforce in the engineering sector that they deliver sustainable solutions to all these clients? I think these three aspects are foremost, top of the mind for me because of this challenge that we have every day. So quality, communication, and sustainability is something that we are focusing. That is one thing, but that is not only the responsibility of the organization. The young workforce, the candidates who are on the other side also have an equal responsibility to see that they own whatever they are doing. They have this accountability whenever they deliver something, and they also check that the quality is up to the international standards. So I think they have to have great skills in all these aspects. And when it comes to the government, I think, again, quality education, quality skill development, and quality healthcare. If our young workforce is not physically healthy, mentally healthy, or spiritually healthy, I don't think we will come up to the expectations of the global market. Those are my opening remarks, Mr. Sondi.
Thank you very much, Vidya, and I'll just kind of, this thing, one is empowerment of all engineers so that we have quality engineering. Second is very well summarized, communication, ability to communicate, sustainability, and of course, the role of the government. I now move on to Dimitris Melas, General Secretary, Hellenic India Chamber of Commerce and Economy, the Hellenic Republic, Greece. Over to you, Dimitris.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. I would like to thank you, CII for this kind invitation and the opportunity to be here in this very interesting panel. Allow me to read from my manuscript because there is many data and some numbers, and I'm old enough to remember it. I would like to make a general intervention about this topic, and after to tell some things about case in Greece and some case in a special sector. So, in the new digital world, there is a tectonic change that presents opportunities, but also challenges in the new digital specialties, as we are already experiencing in the era of fourth and fifth industrial revolution, where the technologies, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, and robotics are transforming the business landscape, but also the labor market. Jobs in the field of genetic artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, which were completely unknown to most people, increased by 36 times compared to 2022. It is further predicted that artificial intelligence and automation will lead to an increase in global GDP by $7 trillion in a decade, and will create 300 million jobs worldwide, with 9 out of 10 jobs involving digital skills. The problem of skills emerges as one of the biggest economic and social challenges for Europe, while in our country the shortage worsens, as from 9 out of 10 companies that increased their staffs, only 3 from them found the specialized staff they wanted. Also, as the difficulties in finding personnel with appropriate skills are intensifying, the topic of reskilling and upskilling for businesses and employees must be highlighted as a top priority, given that the European Union's average of specialists in information and communication technologies is only 4.5%. This weakness must be covered in time in order to increase the competitiveness, productivity, and innovation capacity for businesses and to remove increased insecurity and dead ends for workers. Talking, for example, about the tourism that represents a main sector of Greek and generally for European economy, the Ministry of Tourism, within the framework of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan Greece 2.0, will implement the action requalification and upgrading of skills in tourism sector. The training consists of a series of training cycles with certification and concerns hospitality, food and security services, culinary art, confectionery, domestic services, environmental management, marketing, and new trends in special forms of tourism as thematic tourism. The training of employees and good working conditions necessary for the image of Greece as destination with significant surplus value in the provision of high-level services, value for money, is a stake that must be won. Digitalization contributes to the rapid transformation of science, and this highlights the need for increased skills of the scientific workforce, as a properly trained population is considered a key factor for future productivity and growth. As Hellenic Indian Chamber of Commerce and Economy, in the framework of the forthcoming interstate agreement between India and Greece, has already drafted and submitted an integrated proposal that concerns the workforce mobility between the two countries. This proposal, called Utopia, let's say means nice place for working and living, describes the entirety of procedures, structures and resources required from the private sector, along with the legislative interventions by the government as well, that together facilitate the mobility and optimal assimilation and productivity of the incoming workforce in terms of human rights and labor law. Finally, to that end, Hellenic Indian Chamber has signed MOU with NSDC, International Limited National Skill Development Corporation, a public limited company engaged, among others, to workforce mobility for skilled and certified workers from India to other countries. Hellenic Indian Chambers and NSDC started to work closely and intensively for creating a mechanism to ensure Greek employers' skill needs are met by skilled and certified Indian workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dimitris. Great. We still have 2 more speakers, but keep the clapping on anyway. But nice to hear. The Utopia is a great name for a program, and skill and certification so very important. We will now move on to Stefan Helusa, Director General of the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, Germany. Over to you, Stefan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vipin. And of course, I would also like to start by thanking CII for having me on the panel here today, and of course for making skilling also part of the program of the Sustainability and Business Conclave, because I think that is very important to focus on that factor as well. Sometimes that gets lost. talking about Indo-German collaboration in the space of science and technology, there's actually been an agreement in place since 1974 on science and technology between the government of India and the government of Germany. So we're celebrating 50 years of collaboration. And I think for the past 30 years, there was also a joint committee on SNT. And this collaboration has an emphasis on academia-industry collaboration, and this collaboration is actually facilitated through research, joint research projects. If I have the right numbers, it's been more than 70 projects since 1998, which have been implemented by DST, or the Indo-German Science and Technology Center, which is based here in Delhi. And also it's facilitated personnel exchange, because at the end of the day, and we were speaking about connectedness and the necessity to have also human beings traveling between the countries to make sure that that exchange is actually happening. There are various symposia and committees organized between the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, Fraunhofer Academy, and also the respective Indian committees and departments, government departments. And that all basically adds also up to the fact that at this point we have about 42,000 Indian students in German universities. So I think that also shows there's a very, very intense collaboration in the field of education, academic education, between India and Germany. I would like to, however, focus on a slightly different point as well, and that is non-academic education, because you mentioned it, Vipin, that between now and 2030, 100 million Indians will enter the labor market, and not all of them have a great formal education or academic education. And the question is really how can we implement processes, how can we implement concepts that will help those 100 million people, or the majority, to find jobs, to educate themselves, and to also create values for the employers, for the companies. India has the target to become an industrial hub in the world, and that means industry production, that means quality manufacturing, and that means quality of the workforce. And this is something that, of course, is close to our heart, being the Indo-German Chamber. We've been involved in vocational training for more than 3 decades in India, and the vocational training that happens on various levels in Germany is always focusing on a combination of practical and theoretical training. So it's based on the requirements of the industry, and the training is about 70% practical training and 30% is academic training or theoretical training, so that people will also understand why they are doing things in a certain way, why they are trained in a certain way. They are trained in processes rather than individual tasks that they should perform, and that helps also the companies. Actually, it was, I think, the Honorable Minister Goyal who mentioned that last year at the ACMA-SIAM annual general meeting. He said to the present Indian automotive industry, go and look what's happening in the companies in Germany in their vocational training, because the secret of the success of the German automotive industry is not the engineers. It's basically the trained people on the factory floor, and this is something that makes a big difference. We are, as I said, we're working on this, but to make this, as you said, it also interconnected, and to give the ability or give the possibility for the students to actually then also move and become and move to other countries. It doesn't have to be Germany, although of course with the skilled labor shortage that we have, we'll be happy if many Indians decide to come to Germany. I think we have the same in many other European countries as well. And the topic that is still hindering us here and is an obstacle is basically the accreditation of educational certificates, non-academic educational certificates. And this is something where I believe with the support of governments, we hopefully can change that, so that there is a possibility to actually train people in India, of course for the Indian industry, for them to work here, but have an option to go overseas as well, or to other countries as well. And there's one significant difference, and then with that I would also then conclude, and that is when you basically enlist for such a training program in Germany with a German company, the students are getting paid already during their 3-year education. So I think this is something that goes out to the industry, that the industry is not waiting until the readily educated people come and apply for jobs. They do that already early on. They train them through these 3 years because they know that they will then afterwards generate value for them. And I think this is a significant difference, and this is something, again, that goes out to the industry to also take this up as an opportunity to train the workforce for the connected, interconnected world in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stefan. 42,000 Indian students. Yeah, it's just becoming more and more interesting in academic education, but importantly, non-academic education and certification. Before I invite our Arun Kumar Sahu ji for the special address, he is Additional Secretary, Central Europe, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Just going to deviate from the script after he finishes his special address, is that we'll throw the floor open straight away to the House so that we can get some Q&A from you, and only then will I ask any questions of the panelists. So first it will be the House and then I will ask. So please be ready with your questions. Over to Arun Kumar Sahu ji.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for having me here. I think after all 4 speakers, 5 of them actually gave the a snapshot of where we are as a country and what are the dynamics of the global workforce movement. I think I have nothing much to add, but I can, there are repetitions that you do so that you remember and people remember. Therefore, the next 20, 30 years, I think this is the country which will provide all possible workforce to the rest of the world. Some people might not like it, but that's the reality. As a diplomat, we have been served in various places, and we know exactly where skill shortages are and what kind of skill shortages are. And when you talk about India, of course, it has become a norm that you talk about artificial intelligence, you talk about software development, you talk about all those new sciences, which are biotechnology, genetic engineering, space sciences, nanotechnology, all those technology that you see India figures. But we must also not forget that almost, I think, 43% of the global workforce is semi-skilled, all over the world. So the refrigerator that you use, the car that you drive, I think they are not going to be repaired by engineers, but they'll be repaired by people who are trained for a particular service and particular skill set. And that is, I think, also, all those who are traveling out of India, who will be looking for Indian food in a foreign country, will look for authentic Indian food. There is a difference between Indian food in, let's say, UK. UK is a wrong choice, I must say, in any other European country. And, as an Indian, when you go and eat, especially, they'll recommend butter chicken in this restaurant is very good. You taste that butter chicken and you realize that the chef is not from India. I think this is one example that you see, there is a whole wedding industry in the whole world, and you can actually know who has designed an Indian apparel and who has designed something else, somebody is an Indian or let's say of Indian origin, or had some connection with India, or somebody is actually completely foreign and doesn't understand what Indian culture is. So that belongs to that 43%. I think our endeavor as Government of India, as a country, which has been placed, I think almost 68% of our population is under the bracket of 15 to 64 years of age. We're the youngest nation of the world, and I think will remain so for the next 3 decades or so. Our aim is to provide all skill set, and that's what the focus of the Skill Development Ministry and all associated organizations. And in that sense, while doing that, we also do not want to forget the gender balancing of the society. And if I can tell you that India, I think, is #1 in terms of women representation in STEM programs all over the world. And you don't get that kind of ratio. I think it's more than 36% of Indian girls and women who study science and engineering and mathematics and all those STEM areas. I think that's a big trend, achievement, and also which is a leveler for a society which is developing in a fast pace, and which hope that will continue to do so for the next 2-3 decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Arunji, that India will provide the workforce to the rest of the world for several decades. But I think importantly, ensuring gender balance while providing all skill sets, especially in STEM, is very heartening to know from you. Let's throw it open first to the House. We have a question right up over here. If you could raise your hand a little higher, the mic will see you. Anybody with the mic? Okay, if you could very briefly introduce yourself, a very short question, and if you want to target it at any of the panelists, you can.
Brevity and lawyers, not a good combination. I'm a lawyer. Based in Germany for over a decade, work with international law firm called Auric. Regularly advise Indian companies invest into Germany and vice versa, German companies investing into India. Keeping it short, the question is addressed to Stefan. In your talk, you mentioned about the general shortage of working people in Germany, and how India can play an important role in solving at least a part of that problem. One specific sector where I think there is a massive requirement, that is healthcare. It is expected that Germany will need, there will be a shortage of about 500,000 nurses in Germany by 2030. There are a number of initiatives that have been taken. Two questions that I wanted to get your thoughts on. One, in terms of skilling in India, whether it is nurses and maybe to a limited extent to doctors, what kind of skilling can be provided for Indians to move to Germany, A? And B, there is, of course, as I said, and you also mentioned, there is a shortage in nurses, in doctors. How do people living in India get to know where are the areas where there is a shortage of, say, nurses, doctors in, say, Cologne, in Frankfurt? What is the right way to get that information? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would start with the last question. The shortage is everywhere, so they don't have to be worried about where it could be. It's basically across the nation, across the country. I think there's, in terms of finding a position in Germany, there's a difference between doctors, obviously, and nurses, because the one, again, is an academic profession, and with an academic education, it's always easier to relocate. But then again, of course, specifically in the health sector, there are very stringent and very strict regulations as to the qualification that you need to bring. And I think to work as a doctor, again, you need to have your education acknowledged, which is a complicated process. It's an equally complicated process for nursing. In general, I think it's very clear that also for the institutions in Germany, that the education in the job-related education in India is perfect. So there's no gaps. So it comes down to how fast can somebody get the education accredited and approved, and then they can start searching. It is, however, a regulated profession, which basically means there is the requirement of language skills on a certain level, and this is where then the process takes very long, because you need to provide that language skill, and then of course intercultural topics come on top of that. But I think this has already been mentioned, and that's probably getting us too far at this moment to elaborate on that in addition.
Thanks a lot, and Stefan, for that. Any more questions from the House? Yes, the gentleman on the top table. You got a mic. Short question, short introduction.
Hello. Yeah, thanks for the wonderful session, especially on the skills. So, my name is Atif. I am a product manager in one of the leading healthcare company, Polymedicure Limited. My question is to Vidya ma'am. As you mentioned about the importance of physical health, mental health, and spiritual health, what suggestion would you like to give to companies, especially Indian companies, because the culture is a little different when you compare to multinationals and Indian companies. So what should we focus, especially for HR managers and the people who are into the managerial role, so that they can help the newcomers to think about it, and what suggestion do you give to HR managers to focus more on these three issues which you have mentioned? Thank you.
Thank you. I think work-life balance is something that most of the Indian companies need to learn from companies elsewhere. We have, for a longest time, laid a lot of emphasis on working long hours. Okay? While that is good in some aspects, you also need to draw a line how you can take care of your health in a free time and come back more productive, more energetic, more efficient. So that, I think, is HR managers, not only HR managers, but even the leaders in the company have to set an example of how you are productive in those 5 days or 6 days and devote your free time to your physical health and mental health. That is very important. Because if you are not fit, you will not be fit enough to come on a Monday morning and be productive. So I think as leaders, we have to drive that in our organizations on why work-life balance is important.
Thank you. Thank you, Vidya. Any more questions from the House? Yes, gentleman in the middle.
Sorry, yeah, hello. My name is Joost Kamphuis. I'm business development for Henlich. This question is for Stefan. Me come from the Netherlands. I recognize the ecosystem of vocational training of companies together with schooling and also municipalities setting up training for builders or any kind of profession which requires to work with your hands. Setting that up in India, who do you think has the ball? Because it's an ecosystem, right? It's not just somebody starting it. It has multiple parties together. Who has to start that, you think?
That's a good question, because we've been trying to get that spark on its way for past 30 years, as I said. So this is a challenge. I mean, looking at what we are doing and where we come from, we have probably easier access to the business. So it's really then to say to talk to the companies and say and see education of their workforce as an investment and not as an expenditure or cost factor that you need to minimize. See it as an investment that will pay off in the course of time, and that basically then requires obviously paying the students already during their education, also prepare the equipment that is needed for the training. And I think this is something that we want to develop, that this is seen as a benefit in the long run. But of course, on the side of the government, what is required is, as I said, the accreditation of certificates, because that enables then the students and the graduates to move on and say, I want to stay in this company, I want to work for another company in India, or I want to go abroad. So this accreditation is a factor as well. But I would think that really it's especially it should be the business and the companies, because they feel most the knowledge, the necessity to have that trade workforce.
Thank you, Stefan. Can I now ask a question from Arunji? What role do you see for governmental and intergovernmental policies in facilitating joint skill developing initiatives? And in your view, what would be some specific policy changes that you might want to recommend for supporting these efforts?
Thank you. I think, before doing that, on HR, that's a very interesting question you asked. It's an unsolicited advice, but somebody who is in Indian bureaucracy for 28 years, I think can tell you, the magic word in any setup of human management in India could be listen. Just listen. If before putting the target, you listen. If the target is not completed, also listen. After the target, also listen. Somebody is there to tell you something, and once you start listening, I think your productivity will go up. I have experimented in my office. In my career, it will work for you also, I think. Thank you. The other on the skill development, I think the way we are looking at is there is one set of skill set for which we need minimum support now. This self-sustained, supported by the industries, supported by the international requirement. So we don't have to do much on those things. But there's one set where I think we need to build institutional linkages, language competency, of course, and only English is not going to be enough. And while we also diversify for our own domestic market other regional languages, I think we need to synergize with various foreign languages in different parts of the world. That is one. And then, of course, we need to have a skill set or work towards a standardization of skill set with various other institutions. It's not only the receiving institution, also how you target your overall skill building program actually go up in this. And it's not sufficient to say that I have this number, but the challenge is how to make that number more useful and productive to the global economy. That's how it is. And then second, of course, what is the requirement of the industry and how we connect institutions with the industries. I think in India, we need to, we're doing it, but we will, in coming years that you see, you'll find more connection, more work in this regard. And special soft skill, and here I think I'll again say that to expect Indian workforce to work in a very Western manner or non-Indian style in Indian setup may not work. Because please don't forget that we are not a nation state. We are a nation state since 1947, but we as Indians, each of us, actually represent a whole civilization of 5,000 years. And we have, though we say that we are good in math, we are good in logic, we are good in abstract concepts and all this, this has not come in the last 75 years. It has come over centuries. And for that, also the advantage is, we are not like the, let's say, robots. Indian workforce or Indian student or Indian engineer or Indian anybody who is Indian, you can't treat him or her like a robot. So you can make your office hours flexible. Don't make it 9 to 5. You can make it 10 to 12. But as long as his mind is actually happy and working, he's not tired. This is the main difference between Indian worker and somebody who is working in some other setup. You are looking at the watch and say 9 I'll enter, 5 I'll come out. And that's how I get the dollar. In India, it doesn't work like that. Today, my son is sick. Can I go at 12? Somebody has to listen and say, yes. Can you work till 12? Sir, if the child is well, I'll work not 12, I'll work overnight. And then how to factor those things? I think that's the Indian environment that we are working in India, and that's to some extent, I think, affects the Indian people of Indian origin, or let's say people who are working studied in India and going to other places to work. I think the companies, the industries have to take that extra factor into account. They can be very productive, they can do the best, but you have to give that leverage, that flexibility. I think we are not Chinese workers.
Coming from a diplomat, very interesting, but one thing I can totally subscribe to, having worked with multinationals in India, that actually if you win hearts, and we are emotional people, transactional relationships don't work. emotional relationships are far more effective. So cultural sensitivities are extremely important to bring out the best in any workforce, in whatever form around the world. And also the unsolicited advice on listening, so important. Let me move to Juditha. Let me ask you a question. And you mentioned before this program about just focusing on business and practical knowledge. How can academic institutions and industry work together so that programs are designed for people ready for industry, rather than having to retrain them all over again? Over to you, Juditha.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this program was prepared in cooperation with university and representatives of businesses that are present already in India and in other Asian countries, because we are covering 4 different markets, but I will refer to India market. So we see the challenges that are in this cooperation, and we are trying to give the tools how these challenges can be overcome. And during this program, we are giving information about market. We are giving practical tips how opportunities that are here can be, how the businesses can take advantage of these opportunities that are here. But apart from that, we are giving the sense of each of the markets. So in terms of India market, as Divya already pointed out, we give some cultural awareness. So we are training people how to operate in India market, what are the cultural differences, how to communicate properly, to understand each other, because it is a key to have a very good communication. And this is also a skill that should be trained. It is not something that it is obvious. It is something that you can gain, but this should be also trained. And this training is given by the people who are on the ground, who did some businesses. So we also invited the representatives of companies that are present in India and in other jurisdictions that we are covering by this program. And they are sharing their experience. They are telling what was the most difficult for them. They are sharing their stories, and this helps people who participate in the program to understand what they can do or what can they plan differently to be successful. So this is the idea of this program. And instead of having some typical exams, we propose for the participants to choose the market they would like to operate in, and as the examination, they need to prepare the strategy for entering to the market, and then, like it is at MA studies, they need to defend the thesis. So they need to defend the strategy and tell why they believe it will be successful. So we are thinking about the studies from practical point of view. So this is some kind of difference we are trying to do. And one more point, if I may, because there was mentioned a very vital point regarding gender balance. And this is also something really close to my heart, and I support women entrepreneurship. I'm part of foundation, Vicky Poland India Foundation, and we support women entrepreneurship as well. And we as a foundation also set up a very interesting program dedicated for women who would like to change their lives, have some careers and start their businesses on their own. And this is a 9-month program, also very complex one, that during the program women can obtain soft skills, hard skills. So they are trained how to become an entrepreneur at the end. And we have also some classes and trainings conducted by psychologists. There are also some classes conducted by coaches, also to let women empower themselves. And we have also yoga classes, because this is something from work-life balance, because it is also very important that it is already mentioned. So this is a kind of program that is also a very practical one and complex one. And this is something which I wanted to focus on when I was saying that this cooperation is required between industry, academia, government and other institutions, because only in this cooperation such complex programs can be created, and this can make a real change. And as an outcome of our program, there are women who started their own businesses. So we can see the results of these programs and how they can make a change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juditha. I'll ask the last question from Dimitrios, just specifically related to Greece and India. Are there any specific recommendations that you would make between our two countries where we can have greater international mobility?
Thank you very much for this question, because it's one of our efforts, and for the side of our chamber, but also from the whole government. I see, and you will see, that we have intensifying very much as from the side of government all the efforts to decrease the bureaucracy and to encourage all this procedure, because among others we have a leakage, a lack of skilled workforce. And as you know, Greece last year is in a growth, a high growth phase, so the needs for a workforce for this public, many public works and all these demands are increased day to day, and we like to have all these procedures more clear and easy, because we prefer, let's say, to have a workforce from India. It's people that has ancient relations with Greek people. We like to live together. We have cultural links, and as we know from all the past years, the whole persons, the whole population of Indians that live and works in Greece has a very good assimilation with our local societies. So it's the top of our priorities to have some people to cover these gaps of work, and we make all the necessary efforts to do this, to address this situation and to this direction. Thank you very much.
If I may just add one simple thing. I think with Greece, their foreign minister is here already, and their prime minister will be here tomorrow. With Greece and various other European countries, actually Ministry of External Affairs has finalized and signed in discussion at present with few, and there's something called Mobility and Migration Partnership Agreement. And we are also in discussion with Greece at some point of time. It's an advanced stage, so it will happen. The idea of Mobility and Migration Agreement is, which we call MMPA, for your clarification, is not to promote illegal migration, but to have free movement, facilitate a smooth and free movement of skilled workforce from one country to other. So we have done with various 5, 6 of the West European European countries, and also with Austria, and we're in consultation with few more. I think slowly as we go along, you will see more of MMPS, which is essentially to take care of the legal issues and discuss with them and make it more friendly, easier, and address concerns. I think that is one of the one of the areas where we are in discussion with Greece also today.
Oh, great. That's a fantastic intervention. Thank you, Arunji. So 9 points. 1, India will provide the workforce to the rest of the world, can be a great global driver. Secondly, provide all skill sets, but importantly, ensuring gender balance. Third, standardization of skill sets. How do you make it relevant to the global economy? Fourth, important to understand cultural sensitivities. We are by nature not transactional, we are relationship oriented, so win hearts. 5, empower engineers in India, which must be done by MNCs in India and Indian companies to ensure that the same level of quality is delivered worldwide. Communication, very important. Very often we are quiet, speak when relevant, but more importantly also listen more than speak. I think that's extremely important. Sustainable solutions everywhere, extremely important to have solutions that will stand the test of time. And finally, academic and non-academic education. I'll stress on the non-academic part. Certification is extremely important. With that, I want to thank CII. I want to thank the panel, Jurita, Vidya, Dimitris, Stefan, and very importantly, the special address by Mr. Arun Kumar Sahu. Over to you, Renuka. Thank you very much to the audience, and thank you for your questions
Mr. Soni.
after lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause. This is post-lunch now. May I request Mr. Sahu to kindly hand over a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Yeah, he does the honors, yes. Dr. Judita, lawyer, legally smart, Republic of Poland. Ms. Vidya Basarkod, Managing Director, Rambol India Private Limited, India. Mr. Stefan Halusa, Director General, Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, Germany. Mr. Dimitris Melas, General Secretary, Hellenic Indian Chamber of Commerce and Economy, the Hellenic Republic, Greece. And the moderator, Mr. Vipin Sondhi, Chairman CII National Forum on Industry Academia Partnership for R&D and Innovation, India. Mr. Sondhi, may I also request you to hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Sahu, our special guest from the Government of India for this session. I now request all of you to please step forward for a photo opportunity. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session, which promises also to be a very interesting session, Innovations in Mobility, the Future of Transportation. We are going to start this session in another 5 minutes. As soon as we've turned the table around, please be patient and remain seated. Thank you. Yes, and we have now round tables.
Yeah, with the intervention by the
secretary, but he did a good one.
Yeah, yeah.
On that last.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to take your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you to please be seated so we can start with our next session. Our speakers for the next session are already here, and we are going to get started right away. I'd like to call on stage Mr. Harj Dhaliwal, Mr. Vibran van der Waart, Mr. Ravneet S. Fokela, Mr. Edwas Bumsteinus, and Mr. Kamal Bali. Can we have all of you on the dais, please?
No, I'll just, no, I'm not staying.
Yeah, I'll wait. May I request all our guests on the right side of the stage to please take your seats? Yes, now that we have everybody on the dais, requesting all our delegates to please settle down. I'm sure there are many more who will be joining us in what promises to be a very, very interesting session, Innovations in Mobility, the Future of Transportation. To begin the session and take it forward, I'd like to invite Mr. Kamal Bali, Chairman CII Southern Region, and President and Managing Director, Volvo Group India Private Limited, India, to take over.
Thank you, Renu. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates on the dais, off the dais. It is with great pleasure that I extend a warm welcome to all of you here this afternoon on this very important session on innovation in mobility, the future of transportation. Happy to note that amongst the 9 themes identified by the CII for this conclave, focus on mobility has been one area of crucial importance. Transportation, as we all recognize, plays a fundamental role in development of nations and of societies with the seamless operation of economies worldwide. It not only facilitates the movement of people and goods, but has become an essential component of our daily lives. However, even as the fundamental role of transportation remains intact, this sector is today going through a once-in-a-lifetime transformation fueled by disruptive technologies, emerging trends, automation, connectivity, alternate energy sources, all of that. Today we stand at a critical juncture in the transportation sector globally. The current imperatives present unique opportunity for collaboration between India and the EU, and that has the potential to reshape the future of transportation. India has experienced significant development and growth in the transport infrastructure over the last few years, fueled by robust demand from her burgeoning middle-income group and its dynamic youth population. Recent forecasts for the EV market indicate that the global electric vehicle charging infrastructure market would be worth $222 billion by 2030, from a mere $26 billion in 2022, growing at a CAGR of 31% during the 7-year period from now until 2030. And it is not merely the battery electric we are looking at. We now see active programs underway to promote hydrogen fuel cells, hydrogen ICE engines, as well as the various other fossil-free IC engines, especially when it comes to the heavy-duty vehicles and maritime sector. A report from India's Niti Aayog envisages the possibility to aim for 60% zero-emission trucks in India by 2050. And while I speak much about the road transport, a key focus in the road to decarbonization will also be fueled by the Indian Railways, which is currently one of the key alternatives for many companies to reduce their Scope 3 carbon footprint. And it is also one of the most efficient means of transport by the fact that railways is a bulk transporter for both people and material. Friends, these shifts are not merely about new energy pathways, but a complete ecosystem transformation that will profoundly change the way our industry operates, and where each pathway requires large investments in new infrastructure. More importantly, such an ecosystem-wide change cannot be done alone and necessitates partnerships. As somebody said in the morning, partnership is the new leadership. Europe, with its sophisticated multimodal transport system and with focus on public transport and backed by Vision Zero approach and advanced infrastructure for zero-emission vehicles, serves as an ideal partner for India. I am certain that drawing from EU's best practices and adapting them to India's unique requirements will be the key to our collective success. Before we proceed with the insights from my esteemed panelists here, I'd like to highlight 6 recommendations that could drive innovation in mobility and foster Indo-European collaboration. Let me go one by one on them very quickly. First, the importance of seamless collaboration amongst the industry, academia, policymakers cannot be overstated. This is essential for bridging the infrastructure gap and nurturing an ecosystem conducive to EVs and emerging technologies. Second, leveraging India's IT prowess with EU's expertise in connected and autonomous vehicles, CAVs, could lead to the development of advanced CAV solutions tailored for Indian conditions. Here I must add that many times people question the suitability of autonomous vehicles in a country such as India. But if we think deeper, India is a diverse and a land of contrast. So while we may have city roads with chaotic traffic, we also have many confined areas in the form of ports, mines, and campuses, as well as the newly built world-class expressways, which can well adopt a good degree of automated driving, not to mention the power of drones to reach out in remote areas. I would also like to add that there is much to learn from Europe in making public and shared transport a preferred choice for citizens in the city. Friends, as we all know, cities in India will be the engines of growth, and I think this is of great importance in order to ensure that sustainable progress in a world where more and more Indians are moving into urban areas. Third, we all know that investing in cutting-edge research is cornerstone for innovation. Therefore, unlocking smart and green transport solutions that balance progress with environment stewardship is going to be critical. Encouraging R&D efforts through sustainable incentives can expedite transition to AVs and hydrogen fuel. Fourth, while R&D in our respective countries is significant stepping stone, exchange of knowledge and technology between Indian and European companies can expedite the adoption of suitable mobility solutions. Fifth, collaboration for faster framing and adoption of standards in electric vehicles. This is going to be very important, and EV charging stations, as well as new energy vehicles such as hydrogen and fuel cells, will be essential to streamline the adoption process, economies of scale, and demand. And last but not the least is that both India and EU can agree upon strategies for a more humane and inclusive transition from standpoint of workforce currently employed in the internal combustion industry, which has been around for more than 100 years now. In short, I'd like to once again highlight that the path to collaboration in this sector hinges on technology transfers, joint R&Ds, and leveraging mutual strengths. While India can benefit from EU's sustainable transportation expertise, the EU can tap into India's vast market and use cases as also from the innovative solutions and rich talent base. Finally, an important factor to meet sustainable transport's challenges will lie in using our full human potential. This includes leadership that can navigate through this once-in-a-lifetime transformation of the transport industry. Here in our panel today, we have presence of leaders who are just doing that, leaders who are driving change in a range of areas in the transport sector, whether it is the two-wheelers, whether it's the charging infrastructure, the rail transport, or the financial sector. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the panelists for this session to share their perspectives. Let me briefly introduce the panelists. We have Mr. Hrshdal, Chief Business Officer, Nevomo, Poland. Nevomo are developing MagRail, a technology that enables quick, phased implementation of Hyperloop-inspired transportation technology within railroad systems. This technology attempts to enable transportation of goods and people at double the average speed of a conventional rail. So that's one Harsh Dhaliwal for you. Then we have Mr. Vibren from Bright Blue. Bright Blue's mission is to enable everyone to drive an electric vehicle by making charging easy, accessible, and affordable. Bright Blue does this by offering a suite of integrated intelligent charging solutions consisting of hardware, cloud-enabled services, and support for drivers of electric vehicles and charging stations. Then we, of course, have Mr. Ravneet from Ather Energy. He's the Chief Business Officer from Ather. As you all know, Ather Energy is an Indian electric two-wheeler manufacturer headquartered in Bangalore. It was founded by Tarun Mehta and Swapnil Jain. It currently manufactures electric scooters named Ather 450, Apex, Ather 450S, and so on and so forth. It has two manufacturing facilities, one in Whitefield in Bangalore, another in Hosur. It is India's 5th largest electric two-wheeler manufacturer after Ola, Hero Electric, Ampere, and Okinawa. Then, of course, we have Mr. Edwardus Bumstens. He is the head of public sector lending for Asia and Pacific, European Investment Bank Global from the EU. So EIB provides finance and expertise for sustainable investment projects that contribute to EU's policy objectives and make a strong impact on people's lives in Europe and beyond. India already works closely with EIB. Ladies and gentlemen, so these are our 4 panelists who will talk about their areas and how they can bring in innovation to really take mobility to new levels. As I said, we are at a cusp of a very major transformation in this area, and I think it's going to be very critical how some of these sectors perform in the coming days. Let me start with Mr. Ravneet S. Pokela from Ather Energy. Ravneet, please go ahead. Yeah, you can come. Okay.
Hello everyone, pleasure to be here. So as Kamal mentioned, I think today, right now, we are in the middle of one of the most profound changes in mobility that we've seen in decades. And while I come from the EV business, it's not just the fact that vehicles are getting electrified, which is one part of change, that changes one aspect of mobility. But the more profound change that we're seeing in mobility fundamentally is coming from the notion of connectivity. And connectivity is not just about vehicles being connected to the cloud, which is one part of it. But if you look at the entire gamut and the entire ecosystem, what we are looking at, vehicle to cloud, vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to infrastructure, vehicle to home, vehicle to office, fundamentally it changes the entire game of the role of mobility in life itself, not just in terms of commute. So if you look at this change, there are 2 parts to it. One is how your riding or driving itself, how your cars are changing, how your bikes are changing, how your motorbikes are changing. But I guess the more profound change is how the role of mobility as part of a larger ecosystem is changing. Historically, a commute is what you do between 2 places of interest. Could be home to office, office to somewhere else. This is dead time in the middle. But with connectivity coming in, this dead time is no longer dead time. Now, this dead time has many offshoots. It can be more productive, can be more efficient, can be more entertaining, it can be more meaningful, right? Simply because your vehicle, which was otherwise an isolated piece of equipment, now is talking to a variety of things around you. And that fundamentally changes the game. We haven't even begun to scratch the surface of possibilities. And I come originally from the mobile world. I was there for many years. And this feels like the starting of the smartphone revolution, where the platform was ready, the hardware was ready, you could sort of understand a few use cases, but the true power of mobility, the true power of the smartphone unraveled over a period of time as more brains came in, more developers came in, independence came in, and suddenly, it changed our lives there. So it just feels like we are on the cusp of that kind of revolutionary change, right? And coming specifically to what sort of we've been doing in context of this is we are a startup started from scratch, and when I say scratch, I genuinely mean that somebody just picked up a pen and paper, drew something, and say, let's make that. And the advantage of starting on a clean slate, while the journey is tough, is that you start from first principles. You're saying, hey, we live in a world where connectivity is a given. We live in a world where sensors are a given. We live in a world where EVs are coming in. So how do we architect for the next 100 years as opposed to looking at what we've done in the past many decades, right? And it's a fundamental difference between a born electric, a born digital, as opposed to retrofitting that mindset in an existing business. So I'm not judging those businesses. It's just harder if we have to sort of unlearn a bunch of things and before you relearn them. For us, we just started from scratch, and a bunch of things today that in context of two-wheelers feel like standard were introduced by us. We had the first commercially produced two-wheeler with a touchscreen dashboard. Nowhere in the world did any two-wheeler have a touchscreen dashboard. Ours was the first one. Nowhere in the world was there a native Android and Google Map integration. Even today, there's only two-wheeler in the world that has that. We were the first one to introduce over-the-air updates, pretty much like your smartphone, where which is the antithesis of any automobile. Typically, automobiles keep getting worse as you go along because new models come in. In this case, a lot of functionality is driven by software. So every few months, we introduce a new over-the-air update, and you get more functionality. So which is fundamentally a game changer in terms of ownership. So a variety of things have happened and continue happening, and the exciting part about this business is that people have understood the potential of where this is and of connectivity and the larger ecosystem. And people are also thinking ecosystem. So today when we think of EVs, if building a scooter wasn't hard enough, we also built an EV charging infrastructure. And today we are the largest infrastructure in the country. Now we are working with other OEMs to look at interoperability. So when you start from scratch, you have the ability to just take a zoomed out view, look at all the dots that need to be joined, and then you start sort of building those dots, as opposed to starting with what you have, if you're a legacy company, and then trying to sort of undo a few things and do them again. So it just becomes that more difficult. Also, the advantage of any starting afresh is that you don't know what you don't know, and because you're not weighed down by what's easy, what's difficult, because you just don't know, you end up moving a few mountains that otherwise you may not have. So just to sum up, I think while it's said that EVs are changing mobility, I believe the EV are sort of a part of a larger change. The bigger change is stemming from connectivity, which fundamentally is changing how mobility is integrating into a larger life ecosystem as opposed to a machine hardware ecosystem. It's just changing it will change how we live our lives on a daily basis.
Thank you, Rabneet, for those insights on the two-wheeler and how you're making it more and more interesting and more thoughtful to make a much better value proposition and a pull for the customer. So from two-wheelers to infrastructure, let me come to you, Vibrant, from Bright Blue, as to how you are really innovating the EV infrastructure for the adoption of this new technology into the world.
Yeah, thanks, Kamal. Thanks for having me here also, and thanks to the CII for this wonderful panel and discussion with all my co-panelists here. So first of all, a quick thanks. My name is Wieber van der Vaart. I am originally from the Netherlands, and you all may wonder, how does a Dutchman end up making charging solutions and selling charging solutions in India? The underlying thesis that I had 10 years ago still holds valid today, and is directly a pointer to why India holds such an important place in the world in the decarbonization of our energy system as well as mobility system. If you look at India, it's one of the largest countries in the world, rapidly growing economy, high rates of urbanization, and an ever-growing demand for energy. That was true 10 years ago, it's still true today, or more true than ever today. If you look at the way India is progressing, the economic growth in India can be fueled in two different ways. You can do that in the old way. If you work with a carbon-based economy, you can have fossil fuels, you can power your electricity with coal-fired plants, and you can drive IC engine vehicles, gas cars or diesel cars. That's one way. If you fill it in the other way with renewable energy, with electric vehicles, what you do with being in India and what India will do for the world is two things. One, the massive scale advantage that India has and the engineering talent coupled together will drive down prices of charging infrastructure, clean energy solutions, etc., etc. So India has an absolutely crucial place in the world to drive down prices and to make these solutions affordable for the rest of the world. And that is straight up where my journey began in India and what the vision and the mission is of Bright Blue, to make charging easy, affordable and accessible. We engineer all our charging solutions here in India. And we make them for the Indian market, but we also export them. So really the goal of Bright Blue it fits tightly in with India's vision and mission for the 21st century to be a leader in a clean energy and a clean mobility system. That's one. When we talk about innovation, the wonderful thing about electric vehicles is not just that they're clean and that they're silent, which is great in our sustainable economy, but the wonderful thing is that they're driving, or they're large battery packs on wheels, so to speak. And they will form an absolutely crucial part in the energy transition itself, not just as a mode of transportation to get from point A to point B, but they'll start functioning as storage devices whereby in a single electric car, or look at a truck or look at a bus, which have even larger battery packs, will start functioning as virtual power plants, as energy storage and backup energy storage for your home. So rather than using a dirty diesel genset and polluting yourself and the entire environment, you use your car. And C, to feed energy back to the grid and to trade in energy as consumers or as business entities. So there is a tremendous amount of value that will be unlocked in the near future with integrating electric vehicles in the form of buses, cars, maybe scooters even as well, slightly smaller battery capacity of need, but by integrating these vehicles into our energy system. And that's really gonna unlock the next sort of revolution in the e-mobility ecosystem and make electric vehicles a crucial and integral part of the decarbonization of our entire energy system. And that's exactly what we do. We build intelligent charging solutions. Today, we feed energy from the grid or your solar panels into the battery, but tomorrow the charger will be a junction point whereby it takes energy back from the car into your home or into your building. It stores energy so that you can use it at moments when there's no electricity or when power is expensive, so you can shave peak loads, and on certain times when the prices in the grid are expensive, you have excess energy, you can trade energy back to your grid. And this all forms a crucial part to the decarbonized mobility and energy ecosystem. And that's what we're doing. That's the vision of Bright Blue. We're executing on this on a daily basis. And that's my contribution to the panel today, Kamal. Thank you so much.
So any specific areas you're focusing in India?
Yeah, geographically we focus on the entire country and we export as well. But obviously it speaks for itself that the initial phases of adoption very much happen in the tier 1, now also tier 2 cities. In places where the energy grid and the energy system is less stable, it will be more of a challenge to integrate electric vehicles and to make a move to electric. It will happen eventually as well, and electric vehicles, like I just said, will contribute to the solution. It will not be an extra problem, but they'll contribute to the solution of power availability for everyone in the country.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll come back to you again. So from there, then we move on to the future of technology and mobility. So Harj, your company Nevemo, you are really looking at future gazing, if I were to say. You're looking at future solutions right? So can you share what exactly you guys do and how can you contribute to this?
Thank you so much, Kamal. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here as a guest of CII. And also the state of Poland as well, where our company is now based. I think innovation in transport is right at a cusp right now. It's never been more exciting to be involved with transport. And whilst I'm going to talk about the technology that we're developing, I'm going to sort of elaborate a little bit wider, because I think what we need to understand is the complete context in which transportation is now evolving. And what I mean by that is not just railways, ports, logistics, electric vehicles, battery technology, but we've also got new modes of transport that are now coming in to play. Technologies like drones, autonomous drones, the ability to actually have electric aircraft, eVTOLs are starting to emerge. And how do we integrate those in to our strategies, our policies, and how do we actually develop that going forward into a totally integrated network? And I say that because 5 years ago, even 10 years ago, some of the technologies that are available to us now weren't even thought of. You've got robotics, AI, machine learning, autonomous technologies, just to name a few, right? But now they are being integrated and they are giving us those solutions. However, and this is the sort of crux I'm going to say, innovation doesn't mean to say that we do everything from scratch. It's not about introducing a whole new set of infrastructure, which is actually going to be very costly, very wieldy, and it's going to take a long time. I mean, when we start looking at the ambitions we have here in India, the ambitions that there are in the European Union for the trade link now, none of us can wait for decades before some of this technology comes to the fore. So the ability to be able to take innovation and integrate it into what we've got, and I'm going to use this phrase, is to actually get more out of less, I think is absolutely the smart way to use technologies. So I'm going to give you an example. I mean, as I think a lot of panelists this morning mentioned, we've got the G20 summit came, and it was very clear that the organizations, the countries are now going to promote a brand new trade link between India through the Middle East and into Europe. And it's going to be a real fundamental part of the framework between EU and India. But in order to do that, what you've got to be able to do is start driving some efficiencies into our supply chains. And I'm going to sort of just go off on tangent a little bit and talk about resilience and the importance of alternatives. So this route that's coming in is going to provide alternatives. It's going to provide more resilience. It's going to provide more alternatives for the supply chain logistics industries. I mean, right now, at the moment, it seems to me that any geopolitics that actually occurs has a massive, profound effect on the global economy. And that is now being recognized, and it's now needs a solution. So what are we doing? What are we doing? We're starting to look at some of the technology that was developed back in 2014, 2016. We started to introduce some of that technology here and into India. It's a very advanced technology called Hyperloop, where we were looking at space, aerospace, and high-speed rail and bringing it all together. But that required a huge amount of investment in infrastructure. But what Novomo and the company I'm a co-founder in now started to look at was to take some of this technology that was developed in those very advanced, ultra-high-speed areas, and to start looking at how some of those systems and subsystems could be implemented into the fabric of our existing infrastructure. So what does that mean? It means that some of the propulsion and levitation we can actually apply into railways, into ports, into inland freight facilities. And what does that mean? It means that we have the ability with the AI and the machine learning and the robotics that are available to us to start moving some of these freight containers around autonomously. We've already got technologies that are available to us right now that can autonomously load and offload a ship. Autonomous gantry cranes are here now. We've got technologies that will enable us to move containers and stack them, almost like IKEA racking on steroids. That's available. The bit that's in the middle, it's where I think there was a report out last year by Niti Aayog on freight in India, where it really highlighted the need for intermodal transfer or transit of containers to start becoming much more efficient. So what our technology does is fills in that missing gap, that bit in between where we can start moving from autonomous offloading, autonomous storage, to actually autonomous individual self-propelled movement of every single container. So imagine now that you are offloading a ship, and India's got 200 ports. 12 of them are the mega ports, and 6 of those are in excess of 100% capacity. So India's infrastructure is already at a real critical point where at times it's overloaded. And now we bring a new trade route in. So what we need to do is get more for less. We need to understand how can do we just build out of trouble, or do we actually use technology and innovation to help drive those efficiencies that are needed? So that's the port side. I'm going to switch a little bit and talk about India's railway infrastructure, which affects everybody in this room, no doubt. Yeah? So if we go back to Niti Aayog's report and we look at Indian railways, by 2026, I think 25% of the network will be, at times, in excess of 100% capacity. If we project those figures forward, and I did have some graphics I was going to put them on because I think graphics it just literally highlights what I mean by this. If we project those figures forward to 2050, 64% of India's rail network will at times exceed 100% capacity. 68% of the network. So India's got a legacy rail system which is an envy of most countries in the world. But it needs intervention. And it needs technology. We can't replace it. It won't be replaced. What it does need is that technology like we're developing, which could be retrofitted into the existing infrastructure, into the existing fabric, to enable the efficiencies and the capacities, these virtual capacities, as I call them, to be increased. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about our technology will provide the ability to increase the capacity of a port virtually by 20%. This is, the theme here today is about sustainability. Moving freight off roads will actually save 70%, 77% in CO2 associated with freight transport right now. And OPEX and energy costs will drop dramatically at the same time. So technology like ours have a big role to play. Innovation is not about brand new. Innovation is about being able to use what you've got much more smartly. And one final, I think, point I'm going to make here, whilst we're talking about innovation in transport, and I started by saying I want to look at it holistically. I've also got a company, we're looking at software, autonomous software for drones. And I've also got a partner looking at eVTOLs. And as we start looking at these technologies and how they could impact emerging, growing economies, there are economies around the world that don't have the infrastructure. They have nothing. Yeah? But they have telecoms, they have communication, they have advanced banking systems. So why can't somebody sort of in Africa that actually has all of those facilities be able to get a package delivered next day? What are they going to do? They're going to wait for 30 years for the infrastructure to be built? No. I think there's opportunities here where we can integrate last mile delivery via autonomous drones, moving that inland for hundreds of kilometers using electric aircraft. And then what we can do is drive more capacity to the port, through the ports and through the intermodal logistics that we've already got. So I think there's a huge opportunity to actually look at these technologies, develop these technologies, and really integrate them, because change is going to happen, but it's going to happen sooner than you think. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was very interesting. I think clearly, from your point of view, confined areas, as we talked about, like ports, and also the cargo movement, are good candidates for this kind of technology to begin with.
You're absolutely right. And why ports? I mean, open networks are always notoriously very difficult, certainly when we've got the fair paying public involved. But what we can do in closed systems like ports, where there's an absolute necessity and a requirement is to be able to actually introduce the technology within 2 years, just demonstrate the technology, and you'll see those efficiencies very, very quickly.
Thank you very much. So I then come to Mr. Bumstead. We've seen products, we've seen technologies, infrastructure, but all this requires funding. All this requires money, and this transition is to say the least, very costly, complex. And so how does European Investment Bank come into picture? And how can you help?
Thank you, first of all, to the Confederation of Indian Industry for inviting EAB and me personally to be here. And it's a really great panel, and I feel there are so many great ideas. To those who do not know much about the EAB, I just maybe refer to the words of Prime Minister Modi, who said that EAB is India's metro bank. What does it mean? We are financing already in India 6 metros. The first one, I believe, was in Lucknow. Then we have also financed Pune, then Kanpur, Agra, Bangalore, Bhopal. Not necessarily in that order, but you know, we across the country, and many of you probably are from those cities where EAB is already contributing to modern mobility, because the metros are environmentally, economically, and also from the land use among the most efficient modes of transport. And I will limit my intervention for the sake of time just to urban mobility, but obviously our expertise is beyond that. And when we finance metros, there are obviously many benefits that are created as a result. I was last year in Lucknow, and I saw young people, many girls, university students going to university, and alternative was not readily available. So this modern means of transport actually create opportunities and also empower even gender. I believe the same could apply also to some of these new modes, EVs, automated transport systems, and also sharing, you know, which requires also new technologies. But one effect that I believe could be very powerful with the new technologies that our colleagues here discussed is the first mile and last mile connectivity. So if we build a metro, but still you need to get to that metro, or other means, for example, bus rapid transport, BRT, which we finance in other countries, and it's also popular in India. If you cannot get to the bus stop, to the metro stop, then you will still revert to a car or some other way of using, and then you create congestion, and basically this piece of infrastructure that you have financed using public sources of finance will not be used. So I believe that here the two-wheelers, the four-wheelers, EVs can really contribute significantly to a better use of those public transportation assets that are being created. And I believe the government of India has this big vision of the metros, and we need to make the best use of it. One point that nobody really spoke about, and I just want to be a bit controversial here, is mobility without transport as such. Because if you are in a European city, you will see that a lot of people actually are using public transport, but they are also using their feet. So the pedestrian walkways, areas, you know, to get there, and then, you know, to use it, and then to reach either your job, your school, or your home. So this is another, I think, element that we should not neglect, because all of those improvements in technology and connectivity are very, very important, but we should also not neglect the sort of the planning of urban spaces and planning of smart cities. What a smart city is a city that benefits from all these modern infrastructure, metros, BRTs, e-buses, e-vehicles, two-wheelers, you name it, but it also benefits from smart planning. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Let me ask all the panelists one standard question, and please come up with a good reply as soon as possible. What do you think is one intervention by governments which will make the future of mobility really, really bright and innovative? So maybe I can start with Ravneet. One policy intervention.
Okay, thanks for making me a guinea pig to start with. So I think if I just look at from a limited lens of EVs, and I'm not making a larger point, I'm just from my vantage point as a two-wheeler EV maker, I don't think it's a question of what the government needs to do. I think there's enough that's been thought through, enough that's sort of in the works. Where I think perhaps we could do a better job is just to have a lot more predictability in policy. Like if you don't have that, like how do I plan? How do I plan my supply chain? How do I plan my manufacturing? How do I plan my distribution? How do I plan my product roadmap? Is there going to be subsidy? Is there going to be no subsidy? Is there going to be another PLI? Like who knows? So in the absence of clarity, then you're not able to make long and deep investments, which in the long run hurts your business. So like I said, it's not about what additional government should do. I think there's enough that's already in the works. It's just the ability to provide clarity to industry well ahead of time so we can just plan our lives around that.
So predictability in policy.
Very much.
Okay, great. Maybe yourself?
Yeah, very simple. Make the polluter pay. Let the people who pollute the most pay the most in taxes and route that money back into clean energy, clean mobility. Very simple. That's it.
Do you think it's possible in a country like India?
It's possible. In India, a lot is possible if the political will is there. That's something I've seen in the last 10 years here. If the political will is here, then anything can get done. And it can get done faster than in Western countries.
Fantastic.
It's really that simple.
Great. Great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, Harsh.
I think from my side, I think when you get brand new nascent technologies, the ability for federal government or centre to actually have a single nodal agency that can actually pick up nascent technologies and to be able to represent the government of India, to help you grow, to help you develop the policies and navigate through channels is absolutely critical and essential. Certainly for companies that are startups that are absolutely looking at every cent, every dollar that we need to spend, and most of it is venture capital money, so there's a lot of pressures. The ability to be able to get through very quickly and very efficiently is important.
Yourself? You're a policy maker.
Well, I will not. I will be a bit again, maybe provocative. When we look back over 100 years ago, when you had big cities around the world powered by horses, and if you try to kind of almost artificially maintain subsidies to have cheap hay for the horses and to make sure that the cars, never come on the streets, we will be still probably riding horses. So maybe policy should really encourage and be driven by this amazing technological innovation and avoid artificially delaying that transformation. So that's my maybe more practitioners' view rather than policymakers. Thank you.
Great. So ladies and gentlemen, with that we will come to the end of this session, but clearly we can see that the future of mobility, whether in terms of products, infrastructure or technology, I think is going through a paradigm shift, as we could hear from all the panelists, is going through a paradigm shift not witnessed in generations. The way the new technologies are coming, the way the whole ecosystem approach is developing, using sustainability and digitalization as a tool towards the next frontier, I feel there is hope for our planet. So thank you very much. were quick.
Thank you, Mr. Bali. Sorry, a little distracted. May I request you to hand over a token of appreciation to all our panelists? Each one of them. And may I request, yes, one more.
Yeah, we'll take a come in the front. Thank you.
With that, we now finally close the session. Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for the panelists, please? Our next session, Digital Transformation and Creating Digital Public Goods, Roadmap for Digital Development. It's going to take place right here in this hall, and there are no parallel sessions now. Just for your information, post this session, we have our inaugural session, which will take place at 5:30, and we'd like all of you to remain here, and we have our External Affairs Minister who will be joining us. In 5 minutes, we'll turn the stage around and start with our next session. We are ready to start with the session. However, we are just waiting for the next parallel session to get over so that everybody joins us and then we have the session. Please bear with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to begin with our next session. Digital Transformation and Creating Digital Public Goods, Roadmap for Digital Development. May I invite on stage all our esteemed speakers for this session. His Excellency, Mr. Margus Sakna, His Excellency, Mr. Vladislav Tofil Bartoszewski, Mr. Tomasz Widomski, Mr. Fokian Karavias, Mr. Nishad Ali. If you're wondering why we're waiting, the moderator is missing. So we're just waiting for him to join us and we'll start with the session. Yes, we found the moderator. Welcome, please join us. And now that we're all set, we'll start with the session. And for that, I'd like to invite Mr. Tejpreet Chopra, Co-Chairman, CII National Initiative on Cleaner Air, Better Life, and President and CEO of Industry AI India. Over to you, sir. Take the session forward. You can start here.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much for giving me this opportunity to moderate this session. We have an incredible panel here today, and I'll just stand out here and kick it off based on the discussion that we're going to cover on the topic on digital transformation and creating digital public goods for the world. I have with me an incredible panel today. I have His Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Republic of Estonia. We have His Excellency Secretary of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Republic of Poland. We have Mr. Tomasz Widomowski, Founder and Chief Executive of Elproma from Poland. Mr. Fokian Karavias, Chief Executive Officer of Eurobank Greece. And I think the other speakers, and Mr. Nishad Ali, the Chief Executive Officer of Teltonika Group, from India. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to extend a warm welcome to all of you at this session, and I think this is an exciting event that we're going to have on a yearly basis. The importance of digital transformation through the adoption of digital technology for both internal and external operations cannot be overstated. The opportunities afforded by digitalization are restricted not only to technology-based companies, but are of immense value to all segments of the society. Today, as we embark upon Amrit Kal, India is experiencing an unprecedented surge and monumental successes across various sectors in our country. Our collective vision is clear: to propel India towards the coveted milestone of $1 trillion digital economy by the year 2030. Equally, if not more important, it is our aspiration to emerge as the global vanguard of the digital age as we approach the centenary of our nation's independence. India is one of the largest and fastest growing markets for digital consumers. Under the aegis of the Government of India, we have witnessed the inception of transformative initiatives underpinned by the digital services and disruptive technologies. These initiatives serve as the driving force behind the expansive reach of social and digital platforms across diverse sectors. They function as catalysts propelling India towards a state of rapid and comprehensive digitalization. Our journey into digital transformation in India is fortified by innovative solutions such as UPI, ONDC, and OCEN. These solutions not only foster the widespread adoption of e-governance services, but also bridge the digital divide, bestowing upon our citizens seamless access to transformative solutions like Aadhaar, DigiLocker, CoWIN, and Bhashini. These technological platforms are in essence the bedrock upon which we are constructing dynamic digital ecosystems spanning critical domains including healthcare, education, agriculture, and financial services. Cooperation between India and Europe has the potential to bring mutual benefits and enhance the resilience of both economies in the face of future challenges. Europe and India have both highly skilled workforces and advanced technological capabilities, and by collaborating in the digital space, we can create new opportunities for growth and innovation. Europe's prowess in advanced technologies and expertise in areas such as cybersecurity and India's large and growing market for digital products and services can together create the recipe for growth for both our continents. Firstly, India and EU can foster research collaborations between academic institutions in India and Europe, focusing on the development of technologies that underpin digital public goods such as blockchain for transparency, AI for public service, and IoT for smart cities. Second, in high technology collaborations, the countries of Europe are well known as a world-class ICT hard power, while India is a leading ICT soft power. India's top-notch brain power and scientific excellence, along with European countries' manufacturing competence in areas such as semiconductors and displays, provide great potential for bilateral high-tech collaborations between these two nations. Thirdly, India's journey on the digital development front provides valuable lessons and a blueprint for collaboration. With initiatives like Aadhaar, the world's largest ID biometric system, and UPI, which has revolutionized digital payments, India has demonstrated the power of digital innovations in enhancing governance and financial inclusion. These initiatives are not just national success stories, they are global public goods that can offer insights and infrastructure that can be adapted across borders. Fourthly, given the significance of preparing against global health challenges, a crucial area of collaboration for India and Europe could be related to digital health initiatives, leveraging technologies like telemedicine, AI and diagnostics, and digital health records to improve healthcare delivery and outcomes. Since the topic of the session is shaping the digital transformation revolution, I would like to share that the CII Center of Digital Transformation has been working towards supporting and handholding industry on their paths towards digitalization through various initiatives of CDT to enable digital transformation journeys of MSMEs and digital laggards enterprises in the country. CDT has been working to conceptualize, build, and scale various initiatives around awareness, advisory, assessments, awards, and skill building, and really serves as a catalyst towards driving awareness on digital solutions that were adopted by both large and small companies. With the accelerated pace of technological advancement, adoption of digital infrastructure would be a key endeavor for both our nations. Efforts for building partnerships and strengthening existing ones is the way forward for an inclusive, sustainable, and robust recovery in the context of the present geopolitical construct. With those opening remarks, I would like to, once again, really welcome our panelists, and I'd like to turn it over right now to His Excellency, the Secretary of State for Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the Republic of Poland for his opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to answer the question that we've been posed. How are the digital public goods becoming critical levels for advancing the Sustainable Development Goals? I'll give you the example of Poland. We have created the M-Citizen. It's a flagship product in the Ministry of Digital Affairs. It's a virtual wallet in which we keep documents. Thanks to the use of technology, state institutions can become more citizen-friendly. From last year, the MID function was introduced. It's a fully fledged electronic identity document that you can always have you by hand on the phone. It can be used amongst others in offices, banks, courts, clinics, and notaries. M-Citizen is ultimately intended to become the e-state on a smartphone screen. In the future, using this application, it will be possible to settle any matter in contact with the state authorities, just using your phone. Internet.gov.pl website is a free database of broadband internet services in Poland. Every resident of the country can report the need for access to high-speed internet there. Internet.gov.pl is a finalist of the European Broadband Awards 2023. Here I give you a personal remark. I live 30 kilometers outside, or 20 miles outside of Warsaw, in the middle of the countryside. And through my village, there are two broadband providers with a speed of 60 megabytes a second. It's a rural village with people engaged in agriculture. Poland's data portal is a source of reliable, constantly updated data made available free of charge for use. We have placed data of 160 suppliers from public administration and private entities in one place. We created the portal for citizens interested in state activities, companies that build innovative products and services based on data, non-governmental organizations that use data in their everyday work, scientists conducting research, and officials preparing reports and analysis. Thanks to reliable data, we can better, amongst others, fight poverty, which is the Sustainable Development Goal number 1, improve the quality of education, which is SDG number 4, and reduce inequalities, is SPG number 10. The Ministry of Digital Affairs implements IT projects for the public sector. It ensures the correct and uninterrupted functioning of the most important state systems. Thanks to this, we are getting closer to achieving SDG 16 by strengthening state institutions. The next stage of development for presenting a digital state is putting all access to medical services on the digital platform. The fact that patients in Poland could use e-prescription during the COVID pandemic saved the system, because patients did not have to queue to see the doctor, or they got a prescription issued by the general practitioner on a computer, and with a special number which linked to the identity, social identity number, ensured that prescription was delivered to them in a pharmacy without any need to see a doctor. That saved the system from collapsing during the 2 years of pandemic. We are now transferring that to schools, because educational system is digitalized, but it's not yet uniformly under this state guidance. So we are going to do that over the next couple of years, and basically we are going in the next term of the government, we are going to ensure we have a e-state functioning, and that's, we think, a road for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Republic of Estonia.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I'm just giving you a short overview how we, a small nation of Estonia, became the leader of digitalization in the world. And it is a profound honor to address you today and shed light on a vibrant nation, Estonia, a country of cutting-edge innovation and digitalization. Estonia stands as a global leader in leveraging technology for the betterment of its citizens and is a model for a thriving digital society. The story of Estonia's digital success is linked to the magnificent tiger, Panthera tigris, India's national animal. After reclaiming independence, Estonia faced the formidable task of building a new digital infrastructure from scratch. In 1996, we launched the initiative called Tiger Leap, aimed at modernizing our educational system through information technology, laying the groundwork for social development. Under the wise and visionary leaders, Estonia rapidly expanded internet coverage and public access to computers, revolutionizing our education network. This pioneering program instilled public trust in government-provided digital services and fostered a shared understanding of information technology's boundless potential. Today, Estonia has the highest numbers of unicorns per capita globally and ranks atop the Digital Economy and Society Index, showcasing the best digital public services in the European Union. Estonia's commitment to digitalization is evident in its comprehensive array of internet-based services, spanning healthcare, elections, and income tax. Just last week, me and hundreds of thousands of Estonians swiftly filed their taxes online, with the entire process taking less than 2 minutes for the average citizen. 2 minutes. And we didn't pay anything for lawyers. However, the journey towards personalized digital services extends beyond governmental efforts. It requires active collaboration with the private sector. Estonia's success stems from close networks of motivated civil servants and private sector stakeholders, catalyzing innovation and efficiency. This collaborative ethos was pivotal in fortifying Estonia's cybersecurity landscape, transforming it into a global leader in cyber defense. Estonia's unwavering commitment to cybersecurity is exemplified by its resilience in the face of adversity. The 2007 cyber attack from Russia spurred international cooperation and propelled Estonia to the forefront of cybersecurity, hosting institutions like NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence in Estonia and the European Union IT Agency. Central to Estonia's digital infrastructure is the ID card system, empowering citizens with secure access to e-services and even online voting. Yes, we do our votings online, 100%. Furthermore, Estonia's groundbreaking e-residency program enables individuals worldwide to establish companies and wield legally binding digital signatures, transcending geographical boundaries. More than 80,000 people from more than 170 countries have been granted e-residency, and you can do it as well if you are interested. They have established more than 16,000 new companies to Estonia. Each week, we receive more e-residents than there are babies born in Estonia. Hence, I encourage all Indian current and future entrepreneurs who are looking ways to enter the EU market to consider Estonian e-residency programs as your getaway to the success. So welcome to Estonian e-residence. At the heart of Estonian digital revolution lies X-Road, an interoperable data exchange platform underpinning all e-services since 2001. It's like 23 years. This open source platform epitomizes Estonians' commitment to transparency and collaboration, serving as a global model for digital governance. Looking ahead, Estonia remains steadfast in its pursuit of AI-driven innovation, with comprehensive strategies aimed at enhancing public services and fostering economic growth. Estonia recognizes the imperative of international collaboration in building digital societies, advocating for cross-governmental and cross-sectoral partnerships. We are always open to share our expertise and solutions on the global stage, and today's event is a great example of that, and of course, the opportunity for us. In closing, Estonia extends a hand of cooperation to India and other nations, eager to share our experiences in digital governance and AI development. Together, let us forge a future where technology empowers and unites us all. And believe me, within the last 20 years, we have done, together with Estonian private companies, all the mistakes you don't have to do, because we are ready to share our experiences. Thank you.
I'd like to invite Mr. Tomasz Widomowski, founder and chief executive of L-Proma, to the stage.
Considering digital transformation, it is very important to realize that this process is kind of a one-way journey. So we can transfer to the digital representation of data, but there is no really a way back. Therefore, it is a right time to say what happens in the last 10 years before we start intensive digital transformation globally, but especially in Europe and also we in Poland. So the maximum of the performance of the computers has reached 10 years ago the speed of 4 gigahertz clocking. Since that, the speed is not increasing. Currently, everyone who is using the computers, the speed of the CPU is decreasing down. It is because we are all trying to save environment. We don't want to generate too much heat. We all expect the better performance in a lower price and so forth. Therefore, the technology came with the solution to distribute the architecture, and that's what all happened in the IT and in Industry 4.0. We are living in the times when the hardware and the software is completely distributed. In case of a cloud computing, the distribution is really in a wide area intercontinentally. That means that whatever solution we prepare, we have to think twice before we implement the solution that will lock a door behind our back and there will be no way to return. Poland has done very well this work in last decade. Poland successfully has set up the link between information technology and operational technology of the industry. We were the witness of the change of creating the links between specific systems of the industry. And right now we are coming globally with the message that all operational technology systems at Industry 4.0 as well as information technology are getting a very tight link. We have to be very much careful with that. Therefore, considering the digital transformation means that developing a new software that makes our life more easy, that really simplifies the life on the way that we don't need to visit a doctor to get our pill we use daily, or we can change the weather, we can plan our life, our holidays, our work. A lot of us are not going daily to work because they are allowed to support its company remotely from home. This is all requiring the robust infrastructure. Poland has the tools that has been developed in the last 10 years that are ensuring the stability of the most advanced infrastructure, including clouding computing, supercomputing, and quantum computing. Alproma is one of those little players who found its own place in the very niche areas of setting such links. One of them is time and synchronization. Time and synchronization plays a very important role in the distributed architecture. There is even a new threat, a cyber attack, that has been called not so long time ago, time synchronization attack and time delay attack. It is because it is now more easy to destabilize a big infrastructure of hardware and software than to really hack them, because the modern cryptography, modern mathematical cryptography is a really very powerful tool, and it's not as easy to hack it without stealing passwords and your ID. So whatever we are going to talk in this panel about the digital transformation, I would like to ask you to keep all those facts in your head and to follow the rule. The way is only the one, and in front of us. We have to transfer digitally to the virtual world. Thank you.
I'd like to invite Mr. Caraveas, the Chief Executive Officer of Eurobank, to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. I'm Fokion Karavia, CEO of Eurobank, one of the leading banks in Southeastern Europe, including the countries of Greece and Cyprus. I would like to share with you the Greek experience of digital transformation, a journey that was partially triggered by what we experienced in the Corona pandemic period. At that time, the state deployed a robust digital ecosystem to serve citizens, including a digitally planned extensive vaccination program. That was a great success. The experience of citizens was really very good. And actually, that was the catalyst for all the stakeholders to recognize that digital transformation was not just a theoretical exercise, but it was very critical, very important to improve the life of citizens. It was a positive step that a new Ministry of Digital Governance was set up, under which we had all the relevant areas, IT, telcos, cyber, and Greece was one of the first 3 countries to adopt the 5G technology. Today, more than 50% of the about 3,000 citizen journeys with the government can be done through a digital process. And the transactions done between citizens and the government in 2023 are more than 1 billion, compared to less than 10 million in 2018. Let me give you a few examples of what these processes are. IDs, the government ID is in our mobiles. The same applies with the driver's license. Renewal of driver license can be done electronically. Contracts can be signed electronically. Copies of birth or other certificates are provided digitally. Medical prescriptions, something that has also helped to reduce the medical cost in the country. All the way to the establishment of a private company can be done electronically. In parallel to the state, the banks also played a very important role in the digitization of the economy. In the past, in order to open a bank account, a customer had to bring numerous documents for the Know Your Customer process. Today, a bank account, the customer onboarding can be done only with the ID of the customer, provided that the customer will give his consent for all the documents to be downloaded, to be submitted to the bank through the state registry. The central payment system has also evolved, offering, among other things, customer to customer and e-commerce instant payments. There is a system called IRIS, which is very close to the Indian UPI, which allows transactions to be done based on the QR code or the mobile phone number of the payee. IRIS is only 3 years old, but more than 1/3 of the bankable population is using now IRIS, and for transactions up to 500 euros per day, transactions are free of charge. At Eurobank, my bank, 95% of all payments and money transfers are done electronically. We offer more than 20 products fully digital through our mobile app, all the way from deposits, investments, consumer loans, and bancassurance products. A brief example about how a consumer loan can work. We receive more than 80% of our consumer loan applications through our mobile app. 85% of those are processed instantly, and for those that have a positive outcome, the amount is credited to the customer account in a few seconds. I'm really excited because in this trip, actually tomorrow, I will have the opportunity to sign with the CEO of NPCI International an MOU about enabling UPI in Greece. And I really believe that such partnerships have a great potential. They are only the first steps to introduce Greece and the Greek banks to the Indian corporates, which can use Greece or Cyprus as their gateway for doing businesses in the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nishad Ali, I'll request you to come to the podium.
Thank you, Tejpreet. Respected dignitaries, excellencies on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I represent a company, Teltonica. Our panelists have been talking about digitalization, statistics on digitalization about their countries, but I can talk to you about a few examples of how digitalization helped through Internet of Things. So the company I work for, Teltonica, is an exceptionally fast-growing company based out of Lithuania. One of our we have one of our neighbor here, and we are manufacturing Internet of Things. We engineer, develop, manufacture Internet of Things products, technologies, which is solving business problems, including automation, including digitalization. So just to bring the context of our products to the context, I can give you a couple of examples how the problems are solved, how our products are solving business problems using the digitalization as a policy. We have Teltonica Route 955, which is an internet gateway which provides connectivity to almost all the fuel stations in India today. So every fuel station has to be connected to its server. It has to have a live ping to the server whenever the fuel equipment has to be operated. And we ensure connectivity depending on what connectivity is available. Let it be broadband, let it be GSM connectivity. We ensure redundancy and zero latency when it comes to the lowest possible latency when it comes to the delivery of fuel. So this is how Teltonica Route 955 helps in digitalization of today. Maybe tomorrow we don't need a person's support in fueling, in filling the fuel on your vehicles. Just like that, we have another use case which I can explain to you. It's about farming. We have Teltonica FMB 920. It's a GNSS-based tracking system. One of our partner who has invented something absolutely new, which was not available in the market yet. A farmer can hire a tractor or any farming equipment using a platform created by one of our partners, and it recognizes the location of the farmer, it recognizes the available tractor or equipment based on the technology, the GNSS technology, and it gives the service to the farmer at a transparency, and it's not just to the transparency of the farmer, it is also helping the lender to monitor what kind of fuel was consumed and what kind of work it has been done in terms of working hours. So building transparency, bringing efficiency is attained by our partners using our IoT equipments. So it's all about innovative ideas from our partners being executed into use cases which can solve business problems. So at Teltonika, we focus on solving business problems to help our customers, our society to enhance in digitalization. We recently launched an innovative product called TeltoHeart. TeltoHeart is a wearable equipment which takes electrocardiograms of the person who's wearing it and sends it on a periodic interval to a server. Our partners, using artificial intelligence, are creating statistics which can be utilized, which can be used to measure how risky is the cardiac situation. So let it be any segment, healthcare, education, or any other segments, digital transformation has a long way to go, and we have done our side of developing it. We will continue to develop it, and we need our partners, our partners also to develop such solutions which can give much growth to the digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali, for those examples. We've got about 15 minutes right now, or 10 minutes right now, so before I open it up to the audience for any questions, Mr. Minister, let me just kick it off with one question from my side. Would love to get your perspective, as Estonia has been one of those countries which has really taken the lead in terms of digital transformation. What are some of the lessons that you've learned in making this transformation happen so successfully in the country?
Thank you. Very shortly, there are a couple of things we have to remind as well. One thing is the trust, that people should trust if we are talking about the public services. We are talking about the reforms what Estonia has made already more than 2 decades ago, but doing them now as well. And you know very well that how people are, afraid of how the data has been used or will be used by the public sector, but at the same time, they don't even think that they are signing into different applications and they're sharing everything, the very personal information and where they are, what they're doing, whatever. Is it like WhatsApp or Instagram and whatever? But the main thing is the government or the public sector must be trustful for the persons, for the people. This is the most important thing. The second is that no reforms will not happen if there is no leadership. The leadership, the political leadership, is very crucial. You must make decisions. I'll give you an example that when the IT card law was adopted in 2002, after this decision, our government stood back. And nobody understands actually what happened. But without this decision, we can't speak now today this e-governance and whatever in Estonia. And now as well, our government, the new government from the last April, we are planning to have a huge reform. It's not even the IT reform, it's a reform how we run our country, how we run our 1.3 million people personally. We call it personalized governance. And all the technology is there. But can you imagine that actually we can hide from the citizen all the complexity what government and the agencies and local municipalities they have. We can hide everything with a one door principle. And instead of applications, instead of apply for the different services, we can actually change the attitude that just the citizen must just to approve the services, personalized services. We can design personally for you
since birth to death, the services, the public services, what you need. And we're sure that we can do this reform within the next couple of years. But the case is, if you have trust, if you have leadership, we have technology, and we have preconditions and environment of IT in Estonia in the meaning, then you have to have as well the political will to change the governance. Because the thing is that technologically that we are doing and moving data more quicker. We have done it all. But the thing is that the question is whether we can change the governance, whether we can actually change the processes. In private sector is really normal thing that you're changing your models. But in public sector, this is actually a tool, and we would like to reach on that level for the next. AI and everything is included to that. So thank you for this question.
Mr. Minister, I'll just turn it over to you. You know, trust is a key word when you're doing digital transformation in governments. It would be good to get your perspective, how you're thinking about trust in Poland from a citizen perspective. And two, with the coming of age of AI, with hallucinations and deepfake, how are you thinking about it in Poland with these new technologies coming in?
Trust is obviously the key issue, because there are quite a few citizens in many countries do not fully trust their governments, or at least not completely trust their governments. But we have a very strict personal data protection laws in Poland, like in the rest of the European Union, which is actually quite cumbersome, because the citizen has to give you permission and any time you pass any data on a citizen to a third party. But it gives your citizens some protection. What we are doing in trying to provide digital services is allowing the citizen from his own device to contact any agent of the state, and to instead of queuing in an office, get the stuff done online. So in that respect, the citizens do not have much distrust that the government is going to misuse that data because they want to get a driving license, or they want to get some permit, or they want to get to fill in the tax form, which we do as well, like in Estonia, we do it online, and it costs you nothing. So it's very, as opposed to paying somebody to do it for you. So we don't have that problem. On top of that, we've got quite a lot of young citizens who are completely digitally obsessed, and the problem is how to stop them from using a phone or a computer, and not how to encourage them. And they assume it's normal that you can do everything on your phone. I'm sometimes, as an older generation, slightly reluctant thinking about a potential cybersecurity risk using that, but they don't think about it at all. What it happens is that it makes life considerably simpler, which is less bureaucratic, and that is actually approved by the population. I think the bigger problem would be if you wanted to introduce, for instance, electronic voting. That lots of people would not fully trust that, let's say, a foreign agent would not interfere with the election. We heard what was happening some time ago in the States, what fears were there in England and some other places. Like the minister said, sometimes you have to take a step back and think about what the citizen would actually accept. You cannot push it on the people, but what we've done so far is actually universally accepted because it makes life simpler. And that's what I mean, when I lived under the communism in Poland, the queues you have to do, anything you wanted to do, you at least required 2 or 3 different queues. And people are not used to that anymore. The young want it done now, and within 5 minutes on a computer or on their phone. So I think that revolution is going to continue.
I think you're absolutely right, Minister. I think we in India have also benefited from this big change that's happening. We only have a few minutes left. I just want to check if there are any. Please go ahead.
Can I comment? Yeah. Trusting to new services that are a part of a digital transformation, we have to split to 2 lines, let's say. We have to take separately a consideration on the IT, on the public administration systems, like the mobile and citizen system, that everything is in your mobile. You can identify yourself, there is a driver's license of you, your medical history, and so forth. So here, to get the trustability on such service, the priority is, first of all, security of data. Secondly, the integrity of the data. Thirdly, availability. Of course, we want to have our service operation as frequent, as most continuously as possible. Comparing to that, the industrial operational technology, so the critical infrastructure, has opposite priority to get a trust. First of all, it is the availability, then integrity, and on the third place is security. And that's very important because it's completely opposite way, but both are building a trust for the digital solution and digital transformation.
Thanks for that, Thomas. That's a good point. Any questions from the audience? Anybody has any questions? Otherwise, we can keep going ahead. Yeah? Okay. A quick question for you, Fokion. In terms of the banking sector in Europe, how are you managing the whole data privacy, etc.? Are you finding the regulations getting very restrictive for what you're trying to do or not?
In terms of the, I mean, it is true that the bank is managing a huge amount of data. And one of the problems that we need to answer ourselves is how secure are these data within the bank. And you know, banks usually manage financial risks like credit risk, liquidity risk. Nowadays, one of the most important risks that we have to manage is a non-financial one, is the cybersecurity risk. And how safe are our systems, and how safe are the data within the system. So regulation on that is coming quite abrupt, and I think the European authorities, mainly the ECB, is paying a lot of attention on these risks, rightly so, and is requiring from all the banks to invest on that, to invest on systems, so that to make sure that cybersecurity, although cannot go away from us, could potentially be minimized.
Great. I think we're running out of time right now, but before we wrap the session up, let me just quickly summarize 3 or 4 key takeaways that I've taken away. One is, thanks a lot, Minister, you're absolutely right. Trust is going to be the key to make this whole transition from a public sector perspective in order to make sure that the citizens of any country will have the trust in the systems that are being put in place. Secondly, in terms of leadership, I think our governments have to provide the leadership in creating this digital transformation that we need to do. The third one is managing the expectation of our citizens. How do we ensure that their expectations of what the government can deliver is going to be tied up? And lastly, it leads us to the whole point on data security and what's going to happen. I think I just want to say that, with these kinds of discussions, I hope that these things can bring India and Europe closer. Each of our countries have our own strengths in terms of technology, in terms of software, and I hope we can do more of that together. So with that, thank you very much for all your time, and thank you very much for attending this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chopra. May I request you to please hand over a token of appreciation to all our guests on the panel, please. His Excellency Mr. Sakna, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Estonia. His Excellency Mr. Bartoszewski, Secretary of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Poland. Mr. Tomasz Widomski, Founder and CEO, El Proma, Republic of Poland. Mr. Fokion Karavias, CEO, Eurobank SA Greece. Mr. Nishad Ali, CEO, Teltonika IoT Group India. May I now request all of you to step forward for a photo opportunity, please. Or did I miss out? Did we miss out someone? Okay. Oh, I did say Nisha. With that, we come to a close of this session, and we will now move into the much-awaited session for today, the inaugural session with the Minister of External Affairs, Government of India, and 3 other ministers who will also be joining him from Latvia, Estonia, and Greece.